Welcome into the final day of the New Zealand Secondary School Tennis Championships from the Scarbro Tennis Centre in Auckland. My name's Matt Brown alongside Tennis New Zealand's Gareth Archer. Gareth, the weather has come to the party as it has each day this week. A beautiful day for it. St Kentigern College taking on Wellington College. The boys looking to add the title from St Kentigern that the girls won yesterday.
Yeah, indeed. Pretty dominant performance from St Kentigern's really throughout the week. Haven't really been troubled too much in any of their earlier ties. Different story for Wellington College, but ultimately got through undefeated and made it to today's final.
Yeah, the conditions, as I say, are absolutely perfect. We've got two singles matches for you and a doubles match this afternoon. They should be really closely fought too. Some young guys, 17, 16, very talented players, and certainly an eye to the future with the guys that are out on court today.
Yeah, it's always good to see the young talent come together, and I think the players really enjoy the team's format and representing their school. Obviously, they don't get to do it very often in an individual sport like tennis, and I know they'll do all they can for their school. Some of them, it might be their last match for the school, as we saw in the girls' event, some emotion. So, yeah, look out for that a little bit later on.
Right, let's have a look at the two teams and their path to the final. So Wellington College, Tom Bevan, Thomas Dye, Tony Lai, Henry Lyons and Zeno Varuhas Pool. Zeno has a Greek background. Henry and Zeno are both playing on this televised court today. The first match we'll have for you, in fact we'll look at their results here. Pretty mixed. They started off with a great win over Kings, tough match against New Plymouth boys, and also winning on a countback against Westlake boys in their final round match yesterday to reach the final. So a tough path. Their opponents St Kentigern, well, Lev Gorb, James McPherson, Dawson Parekofai Lagi and Jake Reardon. It's Alexander Murkov who is playing the first match for them today, and James McPherson to play the second singles. And look at that. That is convincing, isn't it, Gareth? Just losing the one match so far.
Yeah, it's pretty dominant, as you can see on the scoreboard there. Westlake and Kings and Christ all accounted for without a loss, and just the one to New Plymouth boys. So yeah, they'll definitely be the favourites going into it. But hey, a final, it's anyone's tie on the day.
Yeah, so the matches are getting underway very soon. Henry Lyons to play the first match for Wellington College up against Alexander Murkov, and then it's Zeno Varuhas Pool and James McPherson, followed by the doubles. And of course the teams have the option of, depending on the scores, of mixing up the doubles combinations.
Yeah, and of course there will be some matches going on backcourts as well at the same time, and we'll try and keep you abreast of the results as we hear them, just so that everyone's across the scoreboard. So a couple of singles matches on backcourts going on right as we speak, and then doubles as well. So all the action will keep you up to date with the score, and hopefully have a winner at the end.
Looking forward to bringing you all the action this afternoon. A big thanks to Jonathan from Badminton New Zealand for helping supply the equipment today, and of course for Tennis New Zealand to putting on this event, and of course Sky Sport Next. Wherever you're viewing, enjoy. It promises to be a bumper day's tennis. So our umpire for this match today is Jerry Wynyard, and the two players from St Kentigern College first, Alexander Murkov. He is 16 years of age. Loves his down-the-line backhand. Speaking to him a little bit earlier, that's his best shot, and he models himself on Novak Djokovic. So if that's the case, he's from Serbia. He was born in New Zealand. His parents emigrated here in 1996, but if that's the case, then he's going to be very fit and very fast, because there is no quicker athlete really than Novak Djokovic, and he'll be strong from the baseline. But certainly he's a confident young lad, and he's played very well, won all his matches this week. His opponent, Henry Lyons, 17-year-old from Wellington College. There's Henry in the shot now with the headband. He has modelled himself on, well, his favourite player at least, is Nick Kyrgios. So perhaps some explosive tennis from Henry this morning. He is ranked around 800 in the World Junior rankings. Has made the semi-finals of some Grade 4 ITF doubles tournaments. And his favourite shot is his backhand. Also looks to have a strong serve, a good service motion here as we see the boys completing their warm-ups. Best of 3 tiebreaker sets for the singles and the doubles, as we see Jerry, our chair umpire, is when it's split at 1 set all, and of course receiver's choice for the deuce. It'll be a match tiebreak if they need it in the doubles format today.
Yes, indeed. We said fantastic weather, and we did talk about the court conditions here in the girls. It's not the fastest surfaces out there, and the players will be made to work for their points, but we'll obviously see the power game come into it a little bit more with the boys than perhaps we saw with the girls. Just inevitable, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Hopefully we're in for some good rallies and some good competitive tennis.
Yeah, 8 teams entered the secondary school championships. That was a good field, so they've been playing for the last few days. So the players certainly have had a lot of matches, and both teams really looking forward to this final.
Yeah, it's we saw it in the girls just how much it does mean to the players to play for your school. It's such a rare thing, and as an individual, you know, you're obviously turning up to tournaments representing yourself. You don't get this opportunity in tennis very often to you know, pull on your school shirt and be proud and be part of a team and do it for your school, and everyone can contribute in a team's event, and I think it's one of the reasons why I think the players love it. And you see it as well, sort of something like a Davis Cup or something like that. It brings a little bit of a different flavour for the players, and it's a similar sort of thing here. I think playing for your school, there's no bigger honour as a student coming through.
Yes, and some of the year 13 students too, like Henry, they're looking possibly to look at some scholarships in the US when they finish school, to go to college and play at a very high level to improve their tennis game. That seems to be a well-worn path for New Zealand players in their attempt to eventually, you know, break through to the pro ranks. And of course, we wish them all the best in that if they do indeed choose that. It's been much more difficult, hasn't it, the last year with COVID, and of course most of our kids came back to New Zealand last year. It meant we had a great little talent pool, didn't we, for that New Zealand Tennis Premier League?
That's right, yeah, of course. Exactly right. I mean, it is like you say, a well-worn path, and I mean the competition you can get and the way you can grow your game if you find the right school. I think that's a big thing. You know, you got to be under a good coach and you know, within a good program to really make it work. But we did talk about, and it's very true especially on the men's side. You do see more players coming through the college ranks and actually then going on to pro as they sort of develop. So it's definitely an option, and these guys certainly won't have given up on professional tennis careers, and we'd love to see them obviously excel in that when they do get to the end of their college careers. I know I was talking to one of the coaches earlier, and they're actually keen to get some footage from today's matches just to help them out with. So
we are underway, and this first match between Murkoff and Lyons. It's Lyons who is serving. Just querying the call there. It was called long. Henry Lyons thought the forehand was good. So it's 15-all opening game of this match. Bound to be some nerves too early on, just settling in. You know, some of these kids, they haven't had the cameras on them before, and takes a little bit of adjusting too. A couple of unforced errors though off the racket of Lyons in this first game, hence the first break point opportunities for Murkoff.
Yeah.
And that's a really tentative start for young Henry Lyons. Murkoff capitalising there, the 3 unforced errors to win the first game. What a start for the 16-year-old.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't muck around between his points. I got caught out a little bit there trying to jump in. But, yeah, just maybe a sign of nerves, just sort of trying to get through that service game. And yeah, it's always tough, isn't it? It's sort of, like you said, a different experience coming out here and playing in front of the cameras. He'll know he's got people at home watching, and just need to really block that out, don't you? And it's just another match.
So now we'll get a chance to have a look at the first service game of Alexander Murkoff from St Kentigern College. Not a lot on the first serve. It really, he's a baseliner, an aggressive baseliner, and I think he looks to just get the first point anyway, looks to just get the ball back and play. He certainly went for it on the return of serve, did Lyons. Just misses into the tram lines. A little bit erratic from the back at the moment, Lyons. Murkoff looks to be very steady off both wings.
Yeah, it'd be good to see if he can sort of push that serve a little bit more just to set himself up.
And really just steady as he goes at the moment, just not making any errors, so holding, and it's 2-love and consolidating that early service break, but at the moment all he has to do is get the ball in court because Lyons is just a little bit nervy and tentative out there. Overhitting his forehands.
Just long that one.
And that's a better from Lyons. Aggressive backhand cross-court winner, the first winner really of the match in the third game. And sometimes that's what you need. You just need to feel the ball on the racket. The timing can come.
That'll make a big difference.
It had been off the first couple of games. Boost his confidence. Getting a first serve in helps too. Our first double.
Yeah, let's hope not too many of those. It's looks like he's pretty frustrated with himself. Serve looks like a weapon if he can get it together.
Second double of the game, and it just tightens up again, and the frustration evident.
He's just got to shake it off. back into this one.
And a break point chance for the younger of the two players, Murkov, 16. So just too many unforced errors at the moment, just unable to get any rhythm as Henry lines. That's much better, sets up the point, good depth on the forehand and able to put away the short ball to get back to deuce.
Yeah, and that serve really just, when he gets it right, it really does set up the point, and then he can play those aggressive ground strokes off the back of it. So it's going to be a big piece to his service game.
So game point now for Lions to get on the board here. You already, you sense this is crucial, this game. You cannot afford to go down a double break early. You hold here.
Needs a second.
Yeah, great recovery from Lions to hold, saving a break point in that game.
He definitely showed us what he's got there and his weapons that he's got available. Very flat backhand, not giving himself much margin for error, but he's starting to find it now. A few of them went into the net early. I think that's going to be a real weapon of his. Stinging backhands cross court.
So 2-1. It is Murkov with the break in the very opening game. If you have just joined us on Sky Sport Next, thanks very much for your company. Matt Brown alongside Gareth Archer. The New Zealand Secondary Schools Boys Championship final between St Kentigern College of Auckland and Wellington College.
Yeah, and welcome any Wellington viewers. Glad you can join us on the stream. Fantastic. Hopefully you're supporting your local school down there. Of course, St Kentigern's not too far away from the courts here at Scarborough, where where the school campus is, and so they're very much the home team. Wellington guys are up here hoping to take a title back home. Say brilliant Auckland weather. We're definitely enjoying it while we've got it.
So yes, just wide, love 15. And the interesting thing here already, the contrasting styles of the two players. Murkov very much uses the serve just to start the point. He does not have a powerful serve. He's an aggressive baseline, but he's very accurate off the baseline. His opponent, a bit more erratic, but more powerful. A couple of loose points though, and very quickly momentum can change at love 30.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if Lions can get back into this one now. It's certainly game on in this first set. get the sense the longer the rallies go on, the more it sort of swings to the player with the slightly more defensive style.
So it was a risky shot, that drop shot, wasn't able to execute. And now a couple of breakback points for Lions.
This will be huge.
So far out.
And just the placement of the serve, and a little bit slow moving his feet to that. Lions. Still a second break point chance though for the 17-year-old. Wow, that's just terrific defence, isn't it? That's Novak Djokovic, the man he models himself on. I mean, that's to a T. You've hit a wonderful set-up shot, but then you can't execute the second because the ball just keeps coming back. And
that's right.
That's what we saw. That's sort of the hallmark of young Alexander Murkov from what we've seen in the first couple of games. Back to deuce.
Just drag it deep. Yep.
You heard it in the effects. He is doing some good stuff. He's certainly very aggressive, but just not accurate enough at the moment. Henry Lyons, but good to see a sort of a match involving contrasting styles too. Forehand, it really generates a lot of racket head speed and top spin, and when he is on, it's lethal.
He's a confidence player, isn't he? When he gets that shot in, he can start stacking points up pretty quick.
So back to deuce.
I have to tell him there's a mic at the back there. He won't be used to that. Apologies, everyone listening out there.
Come on!
And the hold, and a big come on too, saving a couple of break points in that game. Alexander Murkov to consolidate the break of serve and move to 3 games to 1.
Critical one now for Lions. He needs to shake that one off. He knows he's got a big serve here. See him muck around. Beautiful serve mechanics from Lions. Looks like he's got it all technically. Just needs to find that range.
himself in a bit of a hole again, unfortunately. He served his way out of it.
First serve all day.
I like that, the change up, the serving and volleying, coming in on the second serve. I think caught Murkov by surprise, but good to see he's prepared to do that.
Yeah, it's an unusual one, isn't it, coming in on the second, but he obviously backs it. He hasn't missed too many, so he's got a strong second serve. Just, if you really want to get that first serve percentage up a little bit, there's not much in it. Definitely a weapon if he can find it. So 15:30. Joining us here for the boys' final, New Zealand Secondary School Tennis Championships from Scarbro Tennis Centre in Auckland.
Yes, Henry Lyons from Wellington College, 17-year-old, against Alexander Murkov from St Kentigern's College. And St Kentigern's only dropped the one match en route to the final. Just that frustration. Murkov just, really is solid. He gets a lot of balls back. He's quick. He's athletic. He's going to make you play that extra shot. So he's not going to get too many free points, I think. That's Henry Lyons. Oh, beautiful volley. That is superb volleying and
playing old school.
Yeah,
and to see.
And you know what? Shortening the points if you can. That's the way to do it. If you can get a good serve in, second or first serve, you can come in behind it, get into position, and that time that was exquisite. Keep his racket still.
Don't see it a lot these days, do we? It's great to see young players keen to try that. He's 2 for 2.
There's a wonderful return at the feet of the advancing Murkov. I do get the sense that the longer the rallies go, the younger player, Murkov, may have the advantage. Second time we've seen this on serve. He's really having to battle to hold serve. So critical that he does. He's only down the one break and had some break point chances in the last game, did Henry Lyons.
Since it's not too far away, it's just he's got to string a few points together.
Just moving to his left, a little bit sluggish again, and unable to get any spin on the ball, that backhand. So a break point chance for Alexander Murkov to take a 4-1 lead. Pressure on the 17-year-old here. He's right about the first serve. He cannot get it in today. Oh, that's a big bad double, and a double break for Alexander Murkov. Moves out to 4-1 in the opening set. Coach needs to, I think, maybe have a word, get in his ear, because the body language and the you know, is not good at the moment. I mean, his favourite player is Nick Kyrgios, and perhaps we can see why, because there are some similarities to what's going on at the moment. He needs to compose himself, definitely, does young Henry. And I can tell you that I think there may be one or two matches either drawing to a close on the outside courts. We will very soon go, and Gareth will head across now and just see if he can get some scores from the outside courts. And we'll update you on the state of the tie. This is the final. It's St Kentigern College taking on Wellington College, New Zealand Secondary School Championships. So this young man, Alexander Murkov, looking pretty confident at the moment. He has the luxury of a double break. He's ready to start serving in the 6th game. His opponent still taking every second of his allotted time between ends. And now Henry Lyons contemplates what he must try and do. He's got to, on the return, he's got to make a bit more and play. He is aggressive, but play the percentages a bit more for sure. Find a bit of rhythm and timing. Accuracy is just not there off the ground. It doesn't help that, you know, it is a slow to medium slow court, these hard courts here at Merton Road or Scarbro Tennis Centre. So if you're trying to finish the points early, you've just got to work a bit harder and show a little bit more patience to construct the point. One of the rallies of the match, that one. Terrific rally. And Murkov coming up trumps again. Looking very, very solid at the moment. Just working his way into the match, Alexander Murkov. Playing since he was 5. Yeah, that's just too good. Accuracy off the ground is superb at the moment from the St Kentigern College youngster. Just a reminder too, we'll have the singles match between James McPherson and Zeno Varujas Poole to follow.
Come on!
That's a hold to love, and Murkov moves to 5 games to 1 now in the opening set. Any update from the earlier matches?
Yes, so St Kentigern's up in both of those. I haven't got the scores with me, but St Kentigern's very close to closing out one of those singles matches and ahead in the other one as well. So potentially looking at 3-0. We won't want to preempt. We don't want to get ahead of things here.
Exactly.
But yeah, it could be an interesting way for Wellington to come back.
You just got to start rolling some of those in. Inside in forehand winner down the line. Needs to string a few points in a row together just to get into the match, if not the set.
He's definitely got the game to get back into this. We can see it in his match. He's not far away with any of those elements of his game. If he can get the serve dialed in, it'll definitely help.
You know, a lot of it does come down to temperament, and that's probably one of the big differences here, is that Lyons has tended to get himself a little bit frazzled when he's lost a point or made a mistake, whereas Murkoff, very just calm and cool, settles a lot quicker and focuses on the next point. I think that's a big thing. And kids, they learn it, develop it. They're both, of course, youngsters just finding their way in the sport at this stage.
Some beautiful defensive tennis that time from Lyons. He's got the tricks in his box as well.
Another big game. Every game's big, of course, but just holding and then putting some pressure on your opponent, trying to serve out the first set is important. Did not do enough with the approach. Gave Murkoff plenty of time to set in a low backhand, dipping. Difficult volley.
It's always a bit of a risk, isn't it, the net game? You've got to make sure that approach shot's strong and then you can set yourself up.
Tired, sort of a nothing backhand there, not moving his feet again, so back at deuce, and again having to work so hard on serve as Henry Lyons. He has been taken to deuce in every game. Just held the once.
Just needs to find a couple of these first serves.
And there again too. Skids off the line.
It's hard to, be dominant in service game when you're basically relying on your second serve the whole time. He'll be glad we're not tracking first serve percentage because it's just something he needs to sort.
And that's where just taking a bit more time too between points. He's very quick between points. And he needs to perhaps, just as we saw with the serve there, he took the pace off it and came in, didn't execute the volley, but still took the pace off and got accuracy, got a first serve in. Asked a few more questions of his opponent. And it's wide, yes, called wide. So, again though, I like the play, 2 plays in a row. He's lost the point, but I think going forward into the second set, it's set point here. Went for the kick first serve, just wide, so he's listening to us.
Yeah, he's changed it up a little bit, hasn't he? It's sort of...
instead of going for the power of the serve, just placement, take a bit, but it's still... Well, that's it, the first set. It's long off the forehand, 6 games to 1. Emphatic for Alexander Murkov, who really hasn't put a foot wrong in the opening set. Very few unforced errors off his racket. And he's taken the first set 6 games to 1. A great start to this match for St Kentigern College.
Yeah, it is. It was an interesting one, wasn't it? It's, like we said, contrasting styles. Lyons trying to play the aggressive game, trying to play the the big serve, big ground strokes, and Murkov happy to sort of sit in the pocket, let the points kind of develop, and then trust his accuracy to ultimately take out the points. So yeah, 6-1, pretty comprehensive on paper, and I think pretty accurate reflection really of how things went. But Lyons definitely had some key points there, and what he needs to do is try and find that and find that temperament, probably find that confidence. If he can start hitting a first serve, I think it'll make a big difference. Definitely keen to come to the net, which is good to see. Can't overuse that either, though, can you, Matt? It's always an interesting tactic. You have some success early, and then you think, well, that's my go-to. And unfortunately, if the opposition starts to to see you coming, it makes it more difficult, doesn't it?
It certainly does. And probably a good move here. He's young Henry Lyons has just left the court, I think probably for a bathroom break, just to take all the time and to just reset, because that's the beauty of the sport too. You know, you've lost the first set where stroke for stroke you're matching, you can match it with your opponent, you're just not executing, and you know, whether he was a bit nervous and he's just got himself frustrated, but a chance to reset. He's going to have to make a lot more balls and play clearly, because Murkoff is not going to give him a lot. He's going to get a lot back, and we'll wait for his opportunity. And usually those opportunities have come on off an unforced error where he's run out of patience, as Henry Lyons. So certainly talented. He's got the arsenal and his weaponry. He's also shown, even though he lost that last game, I thought by changing it up and trying something different, he's got the ability to do that. Let's see if he can just execute better and make him more of a competitive second set.
Yeah, indeed. It's all to play for, really, isn't it? So we understand on the backcourt one of those matches is complete. St Kitts taking the first match of the tie, the first rubber. So 1-love St Kitts at the moment. We've obviously got 2 live matches at the moment, one in front of us on skysportnext here, and then another one on the backcourts as well. So, and I understand St Kennigan's leading both of them. So, it'll be an interesting one.
So just waiting for Henry Lyons to come back out onto court. And Murkoff at the back of the court now, ready to get into it, and why wouldn't he? He's taken the first set 6-1 in a dominant performance. The next match on court, James McKinnon, Zeno Varuhas Pool, 2 17-year-olds. McKinnon, an aggressive baseliner. Varuhas Pool is an all-court player. He's a big forehand. So the players are now ready. Well, the first point of the match going the way, or of the set going the way of Lyons. That's an aggressive forehand return.
In the game.
Well, that's just about the longest rally of the match so far. And Murkoff, these long rallies, he is invariably coming out on top. gone wide again, and a good hold to start the second set for Alexander Murkov. As Gareth has mentioned, St Kentigern has taken the first point on the outside courts. So they lead the tie 1-love, the St Kentigern girls team. Yesterday, won a very tightly contested girls competition, beating Queen Margaret College after a epic battle with St Margaret's College of Christchurch on Tuesday.
Yeah, and it actually was incredible. It came down to basically a dead heat tie, even on games, on the tie we were televising. Scenario, not, you know, it's probably only one step removed from the Cricket World Cup debacle in terms of trying to split a tie.
Exactly. It was one of the most excruciating 30-minute periods, I would say, in sport of my, certainly watching as a sports fan. I was in a hotel in Christchurch coming back from the South Island. The family was asleep in the bedroom. I had the Cricket World Cup on my mobile, and I had the Roger Federer Novak Djokovic Wimbledon final on the telly, watching both. That's the best rally of the match, and it is Lyons who comes up trumps on it too. That's a big point for him.
Yeah, it'll be a confidence builder, I think, for Henry.
Too big again off the forehand, so a couple of good points for Henry Lyons to look to level up the second set if he can win this next point at 40-15. That's wide, so a good hold for Lyons to level at one game more. Just going back to that night, it was incredible. You know, I was actually hoping Federer would close it out. He had 2 match points, and he didn't. And Djokovic won, and then a few minutes later, we had the extra over in the cricket. It was just one of those excruciating nights.
Yeah.
It's only been 4 points, but I just detect a little bit more steel, resolve in the Henry Lyons approach here, showing a little bit more patience and making Murkov really work for every point. So love 30. 30 and a little opening here, the hint of an opening. The pressure just going on the 16-year-old for really the first time in the match. How things can change. Love 43 break points. Lions.
This is
superb
a
play.
isn't it?
Yeah, the volley was pinpoint accurate. And just some controlled aggression in his ground strokes. And a break to love. The best game of the match for Henry Lyons. And he has a break now in the second set. Leading by 2-1, and really he's just played 7 points in a row, which he's won. And we did not see that coming after the first set.
Yeah, he'll need to consolidate that break, of course, now. And that's going to be a big test of his character and the steely resolve. Of course, not ideal probably for him to now sit down and gives Murkov a chance to contemplate and get back into things. I'm sure Henry wishes he could just pick up the balls and go again, but that's this why tennis is such a chess game, isn't it? Really, it's a test of patience and a test of wills. You just spend so long just contemplating between points, and it can be your best friend or your own worst enemy sometimes. Coach looks pretty composed on the Wellington College bench there. Both of them enjoying a bit of banter, which is good. He's just got to hold his momentum here. Of course, joining us from Scarbro Tennis Centre for the boys' final, New Zealand Secondary School Tennis Champs. We're watching Alex Murkov and Henry Lyons. Lyons from Wellington College, Murkov's St Kennigan's College in Auckland. St Kent's have the lead in this tie 1-0 from a match played earlier today.
Yeah, just a different sort of impression that young Henry Lyons is giving. A smile on his face, just looks a little bit more relaxed. He's got the break, of course, but just maybe that break at the end of the first set too gave him a chance to reset and just refocus, and he's come out timing the ball much better off the ground in the second set. Let's see if he can build on the momentum he's generated. He leads 2-1 and serving. Yes, and timing just has returned, and we could see the glimpses of it in the first set, but it was very erratic. But now, just that confidence and starting to execute. And if you're Murkov, I don't know if you do too much, you change too much just yet. Yeah, if you're Murkov, I think you still, you stay patient. You get into the long rallies because that's been your game plan from the start, and it's worked up to now.
Yeah.
I think if he's unable to get a break back early, then he might have to try mixing things up a little bit, but he still feels the more solid player. There was an opportunity, went begging though for Murkov. Short ball, couldn't direct it down the line. Now the mistakes just starting to come too off the youngster, as he is put under pressure, and there's definitely a momentum switch here at 40-15. Oh, the confidence, that backhand cross court. And Lions hold serve and leads 3 games to 1. Having lost the first set 6-1.
Yeah, that was definitely his most dominant service game as well. So he's backed it up with a pretty good hold after a great breaker serve earlier. So now all the pressure goes onto Murkov's racket. And great to see how the youngster responds.
I like the first set really from a Lions perspective. It's very crucial here that Murkov steadies the ship now and doesn't go down a double break. Keeps it tight. Wow, that is the best point of the match between these 2 young players.
Yeah, great.
The only thing not making it a classic would be that the attempted final shot went into the net rather than being a winner, but certainly well constructed, a terrific athleticism at the net from Murkov to make that volley.
Love. Detect a slight swing back again. So that's a good hold for Murkov to stop that run of 3 straight games for Lions. But it is Lions who has the break, leading by 3-2 in the second set. Murkov by 1 set to love. Just updating people watching too on some results and some draws around the world for New Zealand tennis players. The Miami Open, of course, the Masters 1000 tournament is on in Miami, underway. I caught up with Marcus Daniel yesterday. You can see that on the Tennis New Zealand Facebook page, a video interview with him, but he has a very tough first round, playing with, of course, Philip Oswald, his Austrian partner. They've drawn the 5th seeds, Jamie Murray and Bruno Soares, the Brazilian and Brit, who are back together as a team this year. They've been right to the top of the doubles rankings, those two. It will be a very tricky first round for them. Yeah, Marcus is, and Philip in pretty good form early in the season, aren't they? And they're obviously, Marcus planning to take part in the Olympic campaign with Mike Venus, and it'd be really great to see him get his his ranking down, and obviously when Mike takes the court again, he's going to have some work to do because his ranking will start moving the other way a little bit.
And also Artem Sitak is playing in a challenger tournament in Europe. Artem,
he's going to do a lot of miles, that man, this year, isn't he?
He had a win, tough match though, match tie break. He's playing with a guy called Marto Gomez, and they had a win, 6-4, 5-7, 10-6 in that match tie break. They're the fourth seeds to get through to, the third seeds I should say, to get through to the second round. That tournament is in Lugano in Switzerland. Oh, now that's the shot of the match right there. That touch volley from Lyons. Absolutely superb after a lengthy rally. And the big difference here is that he's prepared to work for the points in the second set, whereas in the first set he wanted to finish them in a couple of shots and couldn't execute. He's really changed his whole mindset.
He rides those points, doesn't he? And they, you know, definitely he's on the wave at the moment.
A big point to start the sixth game.
Change of intent there from Murkov, but a really nice.
He generated a lot of power, got his racket back early. Tremendous racket head speed on that forehand, and just saying, look, I'm not going away. He has made very few mistakes today, not doing really anything wrong. It's just that in the second set, Lyons has stepped it up. The backhand error, the hint of an opening for the 16-year-old Murkov at 15-30. Of course, he's down a break. Oh, tremendously played. The volley, the half volley, I should say.
Just enjoying
got
getting
into the net quickly, yeah, got into position and sliced that away down the line for the winner. Swing point though, 30 all. Good, right on the line too. Terrific off forehand winner from Lyons, and he has a game point now for a 4-2 lead.
Definitely tells you about it, doesn't he, when he's feeling feeling the positive vibes. Henry Lyons, good to see.
Oh, that was a wrong call. That was not out. That was right inside the line. We are almost in line with the line, a few metres off the court. And that was a bit of bad luck there for Lyons. Oh, now he's hit it wide. Break point chance for Murkov. Well, the let. Of course, you play the let.
Yeah.
You play the point, and that time caught out of sync on his forehand. So back to deuce. After this game, after the next change of ends, I think we'll send Gareth around to get some score updates from
Send me on a run, mate. Fair enough.
Exactly. Just in that other match. Lovely serve into the body too to bring up a game point for Lions for a 4-2 lead. Missed the volley. He was the right shot. He was into the net quickly again. Reasonable approach from Lions. So this is a tough, tough game. Back at deuce. Oh, you've got to put it away. You get the chance, the third chance. Not enough on the volley from Murkov on that occasion. The first smash, allowing Lions back into the point. But what a terrific rally between the two boys.
Yeah, we might have to, Jonathan, we might have to mark down that time, mate. That sounds like a whole lot of real stuff for us a bit later on. Great rally.
Another game point, third of the game for Henry Lyons. Can he close it out for a 4-2 lead? Not on this occasion, pulling the inside and forehand down the tram lines. Shaping as a pretty critical game in the context of this match, I suspect. Certainly looking to get forward, isn't he, and dictate from the net. And it's effective for Lions.
But yeah, he's making it work for him. He's riding that wave, as we said. Emotion on court, it's good to see.
Yeah, the negative energy has been transferred. It's now positive energy in the second set for Lions. It's chalk and cheese, the quality of the match in the second set. We're seeing some terrific tennis from both players. Lots of really hotly contested rallies.
I think Lyons he's actually running down those points a lot more than he was in the first set. It's the intent's different, you know. He's actually getting in position to make a reasonable return.
Five deuces we've had. Can Lyons convert on his fourth game point? He faced a break point. Got a little bit lucky off the net court on the serve and that occasion, but looking to consolidate his break and get to 4-2. Just missed it again. So opportunity goes begging, and they go to a 6th deuce of this game. Nice sliding serve out to the forehand from Lyons to bring up a 5th game point. Long, a 7th deuce, and you know there's a good little crowd now building courtside too, watching this game. It is a really critical one, I think.
Yeah, it does.
Lyons needs to hold clearly to consolidate and keep that momentum that he's generated in the 2nd set. Of blood on the backhand. He needed a bit more patience in that rally. Third line, so a break point, 2nd break point of the game for Murkoff to get back onto serve in the 2nd set. Oh, wonderful backhand down the line to get the break from Murkoff. Had to fight so hard in that game to level things up at 3 games all.
Yeah, big game from Murkoff there. Just shows that, hey, I'm not going away. You're going to have to win this one. Chance to serve.
Lovely forehand down the line. Not quite enough on the approach from Lyons, who I think still has to look to get to the net. He's played pretty well when he's come forward. I don't think he should change just because he's been broken back. He's playing much better level in the 2nd set. Oh, that is the hardest shot in tennis, that backhand overhead.
Probably didn't need to
put away.
Get there
and you know, that was a terrific backhand volley. And again, that positive energy he's generating by coming forward.
He possibly should have made sure of it on the first volley, made to work that extra point by Murkoff, but good on him.
So a double fault. It's just pressure. 15 all, he deserves a double fault, and now Murkoff, you know, really having to work hard. He had it one-way traffic in the first set. There's 3 breaks of serve, and the 2nd set, very different story. And now that opening here for Lyons, can he take advantage?
Just those free points, so critical. You don't want to give those ones away. Hard to earn them.
It's good, and it's a break point. The clean return of service winner from Lions. It's a big opportunity. Oh, the wrong shot. He,
Casual, wasn't it?
yeah, very much so. I think he may have thought that ball was not coming over the net. It just glided over the net, and Lions unable to execute.
Yeah, it's not a good sign when it's a point that I'd even back myself to finish off, and he puts it into the net.
Yeah, if he was right over the top of the net, he would have been able to make a volley, but then instead,
Tough.
it was dipping. So deuce, break point goes begging. Oh, that's the backhand. That's his favourite shot from Alexander Murkov, that backhand drive down the line, and he executed to perfection to bring up a game point. Short in the backswing, timed it exquisitely. Ooh, called good. That was long. Gee.
Well, it's 1-1 now, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Probably justice. I just called that as I saw it. I'm right on that line, and it was definitely a little bit long. So they're back to deuce and really fighting in this game, as they were the last game. There is very little in this match right now. Here now affects the breathing deeply. It's certainly the players are both having to work extremely hard for every point at the moment. Murkov, who was down a break at 3-2, able to break back after a game that went to deuce 7 times, converted on a second break point chance, and now a game point for 4-3. That time just long. The return from Henry Lyons, and Alexander Murkov has dug deep, and he is held, and now edges in front 4-3 on serve in the second set, and by 1 set to love. Coming to you from the Scarbro Tennis Centre out in Eastern Auckland. Not too far from St Kentigern College. Yeah, the boys are looking for the title. Here's Gareth's going to head off and just get the score from that other singles match. And St Kentigern won the first singles match, looking to go 2 up. They were leading in the second. Can they take a pretty important lead, a decisive lead? If they're leading 2-0, then this match becomes incredibly important. Murkoff with his nose in front in the second set, leading by 4 games to 3. New Zealand Secondary School Boys Championship title on the line. St Kentigern College had swept all before them en route to this final. They had dropped just 1 match in their 4 matches. Wellington College really had to battle through, including a 3-all against Westlake. It went on a count back, Westlake boys. So the players now, and it's the pressure's on young Henry Lyons, about to serve it 3-4. Had a great start to the set. Now has a lot of work to do. Wow, that's a shot of real authority on the forehand, driving it down the line for the winner. Apologise about the score on the board. I can tell you that it's 6-1 Murkoff the first set, and in the second set it is 4 games to 3 in favour of Murkoff. Lyons serving at 30-15, make that 40-15 with a boomer of a first serve. Looking to level up at 4 games all. 6-1 the first set. Gareth Archer rejoining me in the commentary box. Gareth, what was the result of the second singles match?
So actually still underway over there. They've just headed to a third set. So Wellington College won the second set in a tie break. So just starting a third set now. So
digging deep.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So one love to St Kent's and 1-1 in the other backcourt match.
Backhand just breaking down for Lyons, but 40-30. He has a game point to level up at 4-all. If you have just joined our broadcast on Sky Sport Next, welcome in wherever you're viewing. Matt Brown alongside Gareth Archer. New Zealand Tennis New Zealand Secondary School Championship final. It's Henry Lyons of Wellington College serving against Alexander Murkoff from St Kentigern. He went the right way to his left, and he holds. So it is 4 games all. Very tight second set. Very competitive. The more aggressive player is Lyons. Murkoff the more consistent. 2 very different styles. Lyons 17, his last year of high school. Murkoff 16 in year 12. Oh, what a return. Stinging return from Lyons. He's really feeling the ball on his racket at the moment. The timing, you know, if you'd watched the first set, you would have seen a very different player.
Crowd developing now on the bank. They're coming, watching between the 2 matches and a 3-setter in the back court, of course. So exciting tennis on both courts.
Touch. Too good.
Yeah,
wonderful play from Lyons to put the heat on his opponent Murkoff at 15-30 now.
You can see why he models himself on Kyrgios. He does have that little bit of flair, doesn't he?
Bit of fire in his belly, that's for sure.
He's told to focus by the coach instead of showing off.
Oh, it's just a wild backhand. Bring it under control. Giving a free point away to Murkoff at 30 all swing point. 4 all, 30 all. Which player is going to crack first? There's that forehand. Is it, was it called good? No, it was wide down the tram line. So he had to come on. I thought he had won the point, but it's a game point for Murkoff. He's throwing absolutely everything into it, and as I speak, throwing his racket. But, gee, that point, he attacked, and that was just a tremendous contrast. The defensive play, wasn't it, Gareth, from Murkoff, who just hung in there, and eventually there it came.
Yeah, that's it, and that's what Murkoff's game's been. You know, he's been the more consistent player, and sometimes that's what it comes down to. It's always interesting, you know, you work really hard for a point. Big win, and then the next one you just sort of, you know, give the other guy a free point straight back and back on level terms. It's a bit of a roller coaster ride watching Henry Lyons. It's exciting for the spectators, and he definitely you know, he rides that energy, but he's also got to level out a little bit in those you know, win those ones that aren't quite as exciting as well.
Yeah, well, Murkoff, that's a huge hold for him, because now he can look to just put a little bit of pressure on. The first point of this next game is going to be crucial. There's the pressure right on Henry Lyons, who has played a very, very good second set, but now serving to stay in the match. in this second singles match, or possibly to be completed. It is straight sets, but as Gareth mentioned, the match out on the outside court has gone to a third set. It's 1-2 St Kennigan in the tie. Of course, 2 doubles matches to come this afternoon as well. The next singles match will be James McPherson against Zeno Varujas Poole. McPherson for St Kennigan and Varujas Poole for Wellington. A player of Greek descent. Sometimes he was just, I think, in two minds what to do. He wasn't aggressive enough on that forehand from the net court. Murkov enabling Lyons to make the pass. That's just pressure, that's nerves. Double fault. He had 2 in his first service game, did, of the match, Henry Lyons, but haven't seen too many more since. Couldn't execute. Murkov dictated play in that point, and it was a very tentative Lions, wasn't it, from the back of the court? None of that power and explosiveness that we've seen. Just really serving to stay in it. He's 30-15. Wow, what a rally. That would be the longest rally of the match to date. And the passing shot on the run from Murkov. Superb. So deuce, 30 all I should say, which had a little issue with our scoring. It's 30 all. So 30 all. First serve being a fault. Huge point here. It's a swing point. Oh, and the double fault brings up a match point for Alexander Murkov. Match in progress. An hour and a half. So now Gareth Archer, all the pressure on the 17-year-old Henry Lyons. Oh, it's too big from Lyons. And Murkoff, the delight, the relief as he wins the point for St Kinnigan College. Terrific match in the end of the second set. 6-1, 6-4. Comes back from a breakdown in the second set to tough it out. So 2 points on the board for St Kinnigan College. I'll go over and grab young Alexander Murkov. And, Gareth, maybe you can sum up the match from your perspective.
Yeah, well, definitely it was two contrasting styles out there. The cool and calm Murkov and the slightly more up and down Henry Lyons. He played some fantastic tennis lines and pulled out some of the highlights, but ultimately the consistency of Murkov was really the telling factor, and he actually won the big points when he needed to. There was some great rallies, especially in that second set. Really good tennis from both players, and definitely befitting of this championship final. But ultimately Murkov, the younger of the two players from St Kennigans, was the victor. And Matt's going to have a chat with Alex now.
Congratulations, what a performance. The first set you didn't have to do too much other than get the ball back in play, but you had to really dig deep in the second set.
Yeah, obviously Henry started playing much better in the second set, and like there were a few games that were long juices and 10-15 minute games, and luckily I got two of them and I got the momentum and managed to get it in.
What did your coach say to you at the change of ends when he broke and you were down, 3-2? You were 3-1 down, I think you held for 3-2. What was the message?
He just told me to keep composed, stay calm, and make every ball, don't go for silly shots, just get everything in and play with margin.
Really good feeling to close it out like you did, to hold, to edge in front, and then obviously pressure on him in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, when I got 4-all, he was up 15-30 and managed to get that one, and then the scoreboard pressure when I was up 5-4 probably got to him.
Okay, you got a message for those family, friends that are watching?
Yeah, I mean, thank you everyone for watching this, and thanks for supporting me, and cheers.
Great stuff. Alexander Murkov has won the second point for St Kinnigan College. There's a three-setter going on the outside court, and very soon we'll be back for it with another singles match on this court in the next few minutes.
How hard do you press your grip?
Around 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10. Okay. What I would like you to do now is 4, maximum 4 out of 10, and hit normal. Do it again. A lot of people, when they try to hit the ball hard, they feel like they have to press their grip hard. Why is it important not to press the grip too much? It's simple. The speed of that you want to create comes a lot from the wrist, the acceleration of the wrist and the head of the racket, right? Naturally, you'll try to grip it again too hard because you will want to hit hard again. Don't try to hit hard. Just let your wrist accelerate the head of the racket. Perfect. Wow. This one was the best one. Good job. Thank you.
From the schoolyard to the stadium, Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success on a local, regional and national level for over 20 years. We're proud to support New Zealand's sporting organisations and communities up and down the country. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance with expert advice and local service. From quote to claim management, we're with you every step of the way. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
Welcome back to the New Zealand Secondary Schools Tennis Championships boys final between Wellington College and St Kentigern College. And it is 2-0. The first two matches going the way of St Kent's. We saw a terrific second set in the match between Alexander Murkov of St Kent's and Wellington College's Henry Lyons. In our first match today, it was 6-4 in the second set, 6-1 the first, and Murkov winning the point, but a terrific contest in the second set. And we're looking forward to this match between James McPherson and Zeno Varuhas-Poole. The second singles match, McPherson for St Kitts down the far end of the court, and Poole down from our broadcasting end of the Scarbro Tennis Centre. James McPherson, he is a 17-year-old. He's an aggressive baseliner. Really has a big forehand. He loves Andy Murray. He is from St Kentigern College. Big match for both these two players. Zeno Varuhas-Poole, he's a Greek father, and he's also 17. His favourite shot is his forehand. Describes himself as an all-court player, and he has three favourite players, or two in particular. He said Rafa Nadal, and then that Greek connection, Nick Kyrgios, and Thanasi Kokkinakis, who's a young Australian who is a very, very fine player, but has just been beset by injuries throughout his professional career. He started playing tennis at the age of 4. Very soon I'll be joined by Gareth Archer as the players just completing their service warm-ups. Our chair umpire for the match is Melissa Rigby. Gareth, I see you've got your tucker. You're well hydrated as well.
Yeah, well looked after here by the team at Scarbro Tennis Centre. But yeah, looking forward to this one, and still on the back court there. So still in that third set of the match. So everything's still to play for in the tie. Obviously, 2-0 lead to St Kentigern's, but certainly Wellington College, we wanted to get back into it here. This is a really critical one for them. They want to take it into the doubles and decide the tie there. So, yeah, it's actually warmed up a bit more here at Scarborough Tennis. There's still not a breath of wind. So, beautiful March conditions for tennis, and certainly no excuses and no way of blaming the weather. The only difference, I guess, for these guys is playing in front of the cameras and just a little bit of pressure of everyone watching at home.
Yes, thanks for joining us wherever you are watching. Matt Brown alongside Gareth Archer here on the final day of the New Zealand Secondary School Tennis Championships. And Kentigern College took out the women's title, or the girls' title, and St Kitts now trying to add the boys' title, and they're off to a great start, having won the first 2 points. And as Gareth said, they're in a third set in the match on the outside court. This match is just about to start, so it will be James McPherson to get things underway. Both these boys 17. They have not played each other before. So early stages, McPherson. Looks to have a good first serve. See if he can get a few of them in. A lovely deep returning from Varuhas Pool. Off the backhand, he gets a lot of topspin on his backhand. And yes, a good percentage already in the match from McPherson, nailing his first serves. Yes, a 4 from 4. He's got that. The radar on early in the opening game. Having to work hard. Varuhas Pool certainly getting into his groove on the return. Looks to have a very good compact style on his backhand. There's the 1-2 punch, the advantage of getting that first serve in too, and really able to dictate the point from there. Showing some real emotion too as Varuhas Pool, and that was a terrific forehand, drilled it down the line. So McPherson, he's getting his first serve in, but having to work hard in this opening game. It's deuce. That's a big inside-in forehand. Both players list their forehands as their favourite shot. Breakpoint chance for Varuhas Pool in this opening game. Well, it's long, and there is the break of serve. So despite serving with a high first serve percentage, okay, it's what happened there. I think there might have been a let played. My apologies, a let played. So McPherson saves the break point. Back to deuce. Terrific backhand cross court, not coming forward, not getting close enough to the net, quick enough for McPherson. This is a really lengthy opening game, and we're at our 5th deuce now. Oh, huge off forehand from McPherson. He looks to get forward, get to the net. Neither player really giving an inch in that opening game, and it's McPherson who saves a break point. He holds, takes the first game of the match. Gareth Archer, what a start to this match. A really keenly contested battle, every point.
Yeah, we might be in for a big one here today. Yes, so St Kentigern's, as you said, with the 2-love lead so far. They really want to assert their dominance, but looking like if the first game is anything to go by, and often it's not, but be a really tight battle between these players. They do look possibly slightly more evenly matched in styles to the previous match where we had a really great contrast, and it's going to be interesting to see when Varuhas Paul picks up the balls and has his service game. Can he be a little bit more dominant? Always really interesting, these early exchanges. Who's going to have the confidence? It's a long match. The things will ebb and flow. Certainly, if you can get off to a good start, it's a great way to start the match.
So this is the first look of the service game of Zeno Varuhas Paul, the 17-year-old. Wellington College. He's had some success in doubles. Started playing tennis at the age of 4. He has a Greek dad, a Kiwi mum, and a little bit of trouble early on serve at love 30.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go down 2-love after that. He was right in that first game.
A nice serve into the backhand from Zeno Varuhas Paul. I was getting close to the conclusion of the match that started, I believe, at just after 9 o'clock this morning, so it's been going 3 hours.
Yeah. I'll head off and I can still see them over there, I think, on court, but I'll head over and get an update.
So it was called let, and he didn't play the point. So are they going? They're actually going to go easy on him and let him replay it, I think. They are indeed. He stopped without realising the rule, which is you play through. Maybe he thought it was a fault to Zeno Varuhas pull, but it was a let. Too big on the forehand from Varuhas pull. And a couple of break points against him in his opening service game here.
This will be a big hole, a big break for McPherson.
Saves the first one. Forehand error, the inside and forehand down the line into the net. And the first break of serve goes the way of James McPherson of St Kentigern College.
Yeah, 2-love. It's a good way to start for McPherson. He'll be wanting to really consolidate that now, and definitely don't want to go down a 3-love hole to start things off, especially because the games themselves have been competitive.
Set up by the return. He caught a no man's land McPherson, and Varuhas Pool able to put that one away.
Yeah, never ideal when you're charging forward and see the ball dropping at your ankles like that.
Called wide, love 30.
You definitely get the impression that Varuhas pulls right in this one. .30, gets one of them back.
Wow, showing a real zest for moving forward, McPherson, but terrific defence from Varuhas Pool to bring up a couple of break-back points with that smash going into the net, 15-40.
Yeah, it was an effective defensive lob. He didn't put it right towards the back, but always tough when you're moving backwards like that to execute the overhead. So this will make things interesting. 15-40.
He's made the volley that time.
Yeah, right
Clutch
in the corner.
volley. Big clutch volley, that's for sure.
And continuing his intent. Certainly not going to be intimidated. It's been a bit of a feature today. People coming forward and playing at the net, not afraid to take it on.
Double fault to be broken, and we're back on serve. I'll let let Gareth go and check the score over on that outside court, a match that is over the 3-hour mark. So Zeno Varujas pool. It's pretty hot out here now too. Temperature is certainly in the mid-20s today as the endless summer continues in the Auckland region. So it will be Zeno Varujas pool to come out and serve at 1-2. McPherson out of his seat pretty quickly. He had the early break, but broken back immediately. And we're right on serve here early on. Pulling the inside in forehand wide down the tram lines. It's a lovely off forehand from McPherson. So Gareth, I'll get you to tell me after this point from Varujas Pulse serving at 15 all. So 15-30, and what's the situation out on that outside court?
Yes, so 4-3 in the third over there. So it's still still a competitive third set.
It's a marathon match.
It's tough, yeah.
Best of 3-set match to go that long.
It's warming up too, so.
Called fault. Didn't necessarily look too long, but hard to tell from here. So a couple of break points. So both players really struggling on serve so far in this match. So McPherson taken age to win the opening game of the match on serve, then he broke. Varujas Paul, who now finds himself down 2 break points at 1-2. That's a lovely serve into the body to save the first. It's wide, can't save the second. Not enough footwork on that rally. Slow getting back into position, so McPherson breaks. 3 breaks in 4 games, and he leads by 3 games to 1 in the opening set.
Yeah, it's a sometimes you do get that at school level tennis. This just a bit of nerves, hard to hold. up all the colour on our effects mics. So 30-15 now, and McPherson, really critical one. Needs to stop the rot of these consecutive breaks. If he can go out to 4-1, certainly a long way to taking out the set.
Now, another free point on the serve. And just a little bit erratic at the moment is Varuhas Pool. And too big on the forehand, so the break this time is consolidated by McPherson, James McPherson, out to 4-1 in the opening set.
Yes, so St Kennigan's, of course, as we've already said a couple of times, up 2-love in this tie. So it is 4 singles and 2 doubles make up the matches. Since recapping from a little bit earlier, St Kent's have been pretty dominant throughout the competition, just dropping the one match so far all week. Wellington College made a little bit harder work of it, but ultimately have won every tie, although they did have a 3-all result and 1 on sets yesterday. But as we know, the finals, it's all down to what happens on the day. So 2-0 to St Kitts, and 2 matches still in play currently in the singles. And Wellington College will be desperate to win both of those, give themselves the chance of winning it in the doubles. And a marathon 3-setter on the back court behind us. I'll hopefully get you the final score for that when we do get it. Last we heard they were
4-3, I think you said final set.
4-3 to Kent, that's right.
So it is Zeno Varuhas Pool down a break at 1-4 in the opening set, coming out to serve. This is the final day of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Tennis Championships, coming to you from a very sunny, bright and sunny Scarbro Tennis Centre in Auckland. Double fault. That's the third, I think, for Varuhas Pool, and Gareth, from a Tennis New Zealand perspective, how have you found this week?
Well, it's been a really great event. The facilities here at Scarbro Tennis Centre are awesome, and I think the atmosphere you get from teams tennis, and especially secondary schools, is great.
Execute the final volley. Great recovery, great defence from James McPherson. The lob was pinpoint accurate, that defensive lob, but McPherson showed some real speed to get back and cover, but Varuhas Pool should have made that volley now at 15-30, under pressure again on serve.
It just shows you just never give up on a point.
called wide down the tram line, so the forehander was an opportunity. It was definitely on as Paul was caught out of position there at the baseline. McPherson unable to execute. Nice serving from the 17-year-old Wellington College student to bring up a game point. So he's held the net cord drifting long from McPherson. So Verujas Paul serving himself out of a little bit of bother in that game to just keep things close enough. 4-2 McPherson, just the one break in the set.
Yeah, want to put in a big service game here, McPherson.
Nice approach, drive slice into that backhand corner, nice and low. Difficult shot for Verujas Paul. Time he's hit the inside in forehand down the line, away for the winner. Playing with a lot of confidence from the back of the court at the moment. McPherson, who has served particularly well today, there's a high percentage of first serves in. Meantime, the match out on the outside court behind us here is still going deep into the third set. Perhaps it'll need a tiebreaker to finish it. Ball just drifting long, the return. McPherson moves to 40 love, looking to consolidate the break and move to within a game of the first set.
Yeah, I think it was a...
Now, at the difficulty, I think the players are often, you're still in two minds. It's not natural. You've grown up as a kid playing, you know, lets and playing in it, and it takes a long, long time to adjust to. I think it's good, but it is something that is not always easy. And he tried to play a through the legs shot when ordinarily, you know, if your mind was attuned to what was happening, you would have played a forehand. So
it's just, I guess the ball comes at you at a different angle, and you just caught out. Yeah.
5-2 it is in the first set. We'll just adjust the score there. So one game away from the set, but it will be Verujas Paul coming out to serve at 2-5.
Yeah, so he's quite focused, isn't he? And is determined. His coach is probably on the back court with his junior partner over there, trying to get out of a 3-set marathon.
Yeah, well, for Wellington College, of course, it is simply must win the match on the other court. It's court 11 here at the Scarbro Tennis Centre. It really has gone down to the wire. I mean, terrific to see these kids just battling it out and prepared to put their bodies on the line for 3 hours 15 at least. They started. We walked down court at 9. It's now 12 in the afternoon. So terrific. They will be shattered. Might need a little bit of a breather before their doubles.
Yeah, well, they don't get too long between, do they? That's the thing. But it's get out of the sun, get some food and water in you, I guess.
So Verujas Paul now serving to stay in the first set. And that's a good start too, a free point. Nice flat forehand, right on the line. Great depth from the Wellington College player. And what's coming up for Tennis New Zealand in the next few months? I suppose as we head into that kind of winter period, not too much happening domestically.
Yeah, it's definitely focus goes on the internationals. Of course, we're hoping the Olympics go ahead, and we've got I think a good chance actually in the men's doubles. Two players that have been on good form.
Wow, it's right on the line, skidding off the line. Then maybe the outside of the line too. Veruhas Paul thought it was long. 30-15.
We're actually finding we've had really good momentum in terms of just people playing tennis and picking a racket up, and it's a big focus, I guess, when you can't host all of the international stuff you'd like. Just seeing people getting out there and participating is awesome.
Oh, again, that was. Oh, that's a tough one. That was probably closer than the last ones. 40-15.
These guys will be well used to calling their own lines 99% of the time.
Yeah, and it's not, those marginal ones, when it's so close, you kind of, it's... Obviously don't have the benefit of the Hawkeye. And
we don't have a full lines component either. They do their best with a couple of officials out there.
Found the line. Very close. And if it was the line, it was the outside of the line at 40-30. So we've had 3 points in a row decided by the tiniest of margins.
Yeah, it's really got to get inside your head, those
in fact, it's back to,
fractions.
we're back at deuce. My apologies. Just tightens up again too for Veruhas Paul here. Tremendous defence, but he finished it well. The off forehand was exquisite. Set the point up for the kill. And has a game point for 2-5, 3-5.
I'll be hoping to give himself a fighting chance in the set.
That's why a good serve down the tee to a hold. And now the pressure goes back on McPherson serving for the set. And although he served pretty well, he's been pushed close in games, has McPherson. It's a 5-3. Of course, at some point, you would think the match on the other court will finish before this, and then the players will know. Then there'll be extra pressure on, especially, either way.
Yeah?
Either way, wow. I think I'm sure they'll find out. Nice serve down the tee. Is very accurate with his serving as James McPherson. Will certainly play some a very high percentage of first serves in. Might have seen you around the back to get the ball that's gone over the fence, Gareth.
Yeah, it's an edge for 6, that one.
Not enough on the smash, on the volley, the first volley. It was tentative from McPherson, and Veruhas Paul got his chance. It's a great fight, great defensive work from the Wellington College player. So McPherson at 15 all. Not executed, but the opportunity was there for Varuhas Pool. If you're going to come to the net and approach, you've got to do a little bit more with it, because these courts are not quick, and the baseline player certainly has time. So anything is just a little bit short, not enough on it, can be picked off. Forehand breaking down, so 30 all. It just tightens up a little bit for McPherson here, trying to close out the first set after racing to a 5-2 lead. 5-3, but 30 all. It's a swing point, a crucial point in the context of the set.
He's going to make him work for it.
Making him work all right, and now a break back point to get back on serve. The loose forehand from McPherson.
It's a huge moment in this first set.
Sure is. It's been a very even contest. Played that superbly when you're down a break point to show some patience and then some composure. You still have to finish it. And eventually putting the short ball away. Controlled aggression from James McPherson. And now a first set point. The 17-year-old St Kentigern College player. It's another loose forehand though. Going for that off forehand, peppering the backhand of Zeno Varuhas Pool. Loose forehand, it breaks down. 3 times in this game the forehand is broken down, and it's a break back chance for the Wellingtonian.
That's the pressure, isn't it? Closing out a set, it's the hardest thing to do.
Well, you get your first serve in like that, and that's the way to save a break point. Down the tee. Huge game. Opportunity has gone begging for Varuhas Pool, but he's still in it at deuce. It's just a terrific rally from both players. Sensational shot making, and the defence from Paul to hang in as long as he did was admirable, but it's a second set point for James McPherson. That's the inside-in forehand to take the set. Bringing out his best tennis when he needed to in that game, James McPherson. And he has given St Kentigern the set, 6-3. And do we have a result from the other court? We'll go and find out now. Gareth Archer will head across to see what's happening out on the other court. But it's looking good for St Kentigern here. They lead by 2 rubbers to love and have taken the first set in this singles match. James McPherson 6-3 over Zeno Varuhas Pool. So the start of the second set. Earlier we saw Alexander Murkov defeat Henry Lyons 6-1, 6-4. Just a reminder too, we have a doubles match for you after this singles match this afternoon. I suspect Gareth Archer may well just stay over at the other court for a few minutes and watch the concluding stages. The interesting thing here will be whether Varuhas Pool, with the disappointment of losing that first set, can start strongly on serve. Certainly, if you can get some real momentum, winning a set and start with confidence and returning first is probably a good thing for the St Kentigern player, McPherson. And he's looking to really attack the return of serve too. And now Varuhas Pool in a spot of bother at love 30. Double fold, and it's now love 40, so 3 break points in the opening game. Got the score wrong there. No, it is love 40 indeed. Okay, I thought Gareth Archer may have stayed to watch the concluding stages of that match over on the outside court. And in the early break for McPherson, what a start for him in the second set after taking the first set 6-3. Gareth, what's happening over on the court 11?
Yeah, so we're looking at currently 6-5 to Wellington College with St Kentigern's serving. So potentially looking at a tiebreaker in the third, and I will shoot away and keep an eye on that one.
Maybe we'll send you back if it does go to a tiebreaker for the tiebreak. That would be fantastic, because that, I don't know of a longer 3-set match than this. So starting at 9 AM, it's 20-1. It could be approaching the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, it'd be interesting how maybe they didn't quite start at 9 or something, but even still, it's
the umpire will have the hopefully the time.
Yeah, I think we're running a little bit of a lighter crew over there. I did see one of the players sitting up in the umpire chair. So yeah, it's
It's still a remarkable contest, which we will get the details for you. But here it's McPherson with that early break, looking to consolidate up a set and a break. A loose start from him.
Yeah, this can happen, isn't it? Sometimes you go down that first set and it's just hard to get your head in that second one.
Yes, the serve has been possibly the difference between these two players today. He's certainly at a very high percentage. I'd suggest he's serving at anywhere between 75 and 80% first serves. Generally able to dictate when he gets the first serve. In that occasion, though, the forehand dipped into the net. That's a terrific forehand, that 1-2 punch. First serve, short return, and picked to go either side. He went inside and down the line. Was not the best approach, but the attempted pass was wild. So McPherson holds serve, he consolidates the break. Looking good here. The St Kentigern College player at 2-love in the second set, having taken the first 6-3. Wow, he got there too, showing some great athleticism to cover the court, make it to that volley and go down the line. Varuhas Paul nets the backhand volley. Speed, court speed is crucial if you're a tennis player. Anticipation, athleticism, you've got to have good movement if you want to go anywhere in the sport. Now Varuhas Paul really up against it, you sense. Love 30. Already down a break, cannot afford to go down a double break in this match. It's a free point on the second serve. McPherson down the far end, looking through the net just to see what is happening in the other match.
Yeah, it's hard not to have a bit of a peek, I guess.
Be quite extraordinary if this one finished before that, but anyway, long way to go here.
Surely not.
Gone wide. So has he just touched it? He has touched it. So the pass at the net hit straight back at Varuhas Paul, and he hasn't been able to get his racket out on the way. It's just clipped it, and it was going long, so break points, 2 break points. The way to answer the break point against your serve, And you come up with that, a rifle backhand cross-court pass.
Yeah, he's definitely got the shots. It's been a little bit of an up and down affair, a little bit like his teammate actually earlier. Shows some real flair.
Oh, it's gone. It's long, and there is the break of serve. The double break now for James McPherson. Looks to be on his way to earn another valuable point for St Kentigern. He leads by 3 games to love in the second set. He's taken the first 6-3. Gareth, if you want to head across for that tie break, and maybe,
I'm happy to.
Yeah, we can send you on your way. I do remember one of the most famous matches that anyone, I'm sure, who's watching this may have seen or at least heard about, is the match at Wimbledon 2011 between John Isner and Nicholas Mahut. It went 70-68 in the 5th set. It was something like 11 hours? I'm not sure of the actual time, but anyway, I have a friend, colleague who I worked with who commentated every single point of that match for radio over 3 days. Quite remarkable. So James McPherson in control. Needed to stay up a double break. And a chance now to serve for a 4-love lead in the second set against Zeno Varuhas-Paul. Really does make the match that has gone to a tie break an absolute crucial one for Wellington College, because if McPherson earns the point here, that's 3-love, and it would all come down to that match for the Wellington side to stay in the tie and in the final. Great start. Ace down the tee. It's long and wild, and at the moment nothing's going right for Varuhas-Paul. The depth and accuracy at the moment from McPherson is too good for Varuhas-Paul, and he moves to 40-love. It's long again, a return, and so a hold to love, his easiest hold of the match so far for McPherson, racing away with this match in the final. He leads by 4 games to love in the second set. Double fault from Varuhas-Paul to open the 5th game of the set. Meanwhile, the match is still going on the other court. It's gone wide from Varuhas Pool, and he's now at love 30. And it's a sort of extraordinary situation where every single person involved in the tie, other than the commentary team here, and Jonathan from Badminton New Zealand, who's running all the ticks, watching the match on the outside court, which has spanned well over 3 hours, over 3.5 hours. This time McPherson just doesn't time the forehand for the return of service winner. Varuhas Pool, well, the reality is he may be 4-love down, but it doesn't take much to change things. He needs to hold here, and from love 30, he's back at 30 all. Because it is a double break. Well, McPherson was in position, anticipated the forehand across court, and executed with aplomb to bring up another break point for a 5-love lead. Very tightly contested opening set. Most games went to deuce. So it's 30-40. Unable to make the pass. Was on. He was in position. The approach, probably not quite enough on the approach, and I think we have a result too on the other court. So Gareth Archer will come back momentarily and tell us what happened. So break point, second of the game now. Second of the game, and Gareth Archer now will tell me what happened out on that court, on court number 12.
Yeah, well, went to a tie-break in the third, and ultimately St Kitts prevailed 8-6 tiebreaker, so it was a really tight match, and it was just shy of 4 hours for a 3-set match. So
yeah, pretty remarkable, isn't it? Those boys will be exhausted, and well done to both of them.
Yeah, the teammates were saying there was 4 or 5 missed match points for St Kitts.
Well, that now means that in one more game, if he's broken again, Varuhas Pool, if James McPherson can serve it out, then St Kitts will be crowned champions before the doubles. It will be their 4th point, an unassailable 4-0 lead. And I'm not sure if that news will filter through. Maybe they won't let it filter through to James McPherson ahead of this game, because the pressure now squarely on his shoulders, as he, well, in fact, he's looking around now and asking what happened. And he's being told by his friends from school, and there's the reaction on his face. It's one of relief.
Yeah.
And now there'll be, I think it'll be like, wow, okay, I've got a chance here to win the tie.
That's right, and of course what it does, I mean, normally not a lot of pressure you'd say on your shoulders in a match position like this, 5-0 up, but all of a sudden it's like, right, got to execute, do the job, and of course we can get the tie done here and have a bit of fun in the doubles afterwards, but still got a job to do right now, still live. Yeah, it was a lot of smiles over on the back court, and a lot of relief for St Kitts and agony for Wellington College going down kept in the fight, but it was Lev Gorb over there on the backcourt who took the win.
Lev Gord.
Lev Gorb, yep.
Okay,
for
Gorb, okay.
St Kentigern's.
Okay, so it is James McPherson at 5-love now, coming out to serve. And just one of the balls has gone around behind our broadcast position. And there'll be a slight delay to the start of proceedings. I see James Greenhouse, Tennis Auckland coach, walking his dog around the back. You can just see in the corner of our screen here. Going for a little bit of a wander.
Animal-friendly workplace at Tennis Auckland, clearly. James's place of work here, Scarbro Tennis Centre.
Former Wimbledon doubles champion in juniors, Steve Downs. So first point goes the way of Zeno Varuhas-Paul. Well, he'll now know too that he's got to stage the most remarkable comeback from 5-love down if he's to keep the tie alive. Serving like that, which has been a big difference between the two. I think it's what McPherson's been able to do too when he's got his first serve in. Really has dictated it. It's been a real weapon for him, a lot more erratic from Varuhas-Paul on the serve. Something different, right idea, came to the net, but he couldn't execute. Just right back at him in the centre, which is where you want to play because he was needing to move to his left to open up the arms for that volley, but a bit tied up at in the body. So 30-15, a couple of points from the match for James McPherson. And the serve again, that first serve accuracy, it's been absolutely phenomenal from McPherson, who must be serving, I reckon, 80%. We haven't got the serving stats, but he hasn't missed too many first serves today.
No, I think a hallmark is the St Kent's, both players actually. The high service percentage, it's really helped them win those points.
And he finishes with an ace too. And James McPherson clinches the tie. The New Zealand Secondary Schools Boys Championships for St Kentigern College. They take an unassailable 4-love lead in this tie. 2 doubles matches to come. And, well, let's get your summary of the match, Gareth, and I'll go across and grab James, and we'll have a little chat to him in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, well, it was a little bit of a procession, wasn't it, in the second set? It was. It's been not uncommon actually to see that over the last few days. You know, that first set really competitive, both players in it, and then the player that ultimately goes down in that one just sort of probably drops a level in the second set. Can't hold their composure, and unfortunately for Varuhas-Paul, what happened there. So it does mean, of course, that St Kentigern's College are our champions. They go up 4-love, unassailable lead in the tie after winning all 4 singles. It was a really squeaky one out on the back court, winning in a third set tiebreaker, but you've just got to win it ultimately. And here's Matt now with our winner, James McPherson.
Well, James, congratulations. A little bit closer, yeah. Congratulations! What a serving performance! Because we think unofficially you were probably serving at around about 80% first serves today. Yeah, that was the key.
Yeah, it definitely saved me quite a few times. I think it was probably my best serving I've done all tournament, so helped me a lot through the match. It's great.
And you're in a situation where you weren't quite knowing what was happening on the other court, but remarkably, Lev got the job done in nearly 4 hours, quite incredible, to get the third point. So as you came out to serve for the match, you knew that holding serve was going to win the tie and win the tournament for St Kent.
Yeah, it was a bit of a relief he won. Put a little bit less pressure on me, it's definitely a great battle he had. We almost finished before he'd finished the last set. So well done to Lev.
It's been a great week for the team, hasn't it? You've won all your matches. Certainly the results have been, convincing. So you've been the dominant team, and I guess a lot of hard work went into it.
Yeah, it was great. Well, we do lots of training. Definitely wasn't luck that we were able to win most of our matches. But I'm sure everyone else here did lots of training before as well.
Anyone you want to thank to who might be watching on Sky Sport Next today?
I'd like to thank the coaches and the teachers who are part of this. Just the school in general, allowing us to train so much and be able to leave school and play these type of tournaments. It's a great opportunity for us.
Well, congratulations again. Enjoy the doubles. Have a bit of fun in the doubles now. Have a little bit of a breather, and then we'll be back, of course, for the doubles. It's St Kentigern leading Wellington College 4-zip.
Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success for over 20 years. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. Expert advice and local service. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
One of the most common errors of amateurs is to try to play too fast, and because they want to play fast, they play too close to the net and there are too many balls in the net. When you practice, put an elastic like 50 centimeters over the net, and then doing that you slow down the pace, you play deeper and you don't miss as much. Another key is to learn to move up to the ball, taking the ball earlier and taking time away from your opponent. Common mistakes of amateurs is losing the balance. So there are a few things that are very important to keep your balance in any kind of situation. To have an idea about the right distance, you can put your racket on the ground and put one foot on each side of the racket. This is the right distance you should have between your feet. Then the last thing that is important is to always have your hand and your leg very close to each other. You always balance with a good line here between your hips. When amateurs try to hit with topspin, the ball goes out of the racket too soon. It's essential to keep the ball as long as you can in the strings, because then you have power and you have precision. To move well on hard is about recovering. So the right way to do it is this way. So I do it again slowly. Preparation, run, stop, boom, boom, and I recover.
Welcome back to Sky Sport Next coverage of the New Zealand Secondary School Tennis Championships. I'm Matt Brown and we've got the doubles and it is a dead rubber. I'm sad to say, I guess, because it's 4-0 to St Kentigern College over Wellington College in the final. There was one marathon singles match that lasted nearly 4 hours. Quite remarkable. 3 sets. It went 8-6 in the third set, tiebreaker to St Kent's. And on this court, we had Henry Lyons take on Alexander Murkoff in the opening match, and it was straight sets to Murkoff. He won 6-1, 6-4. Very tight second set that could have gone either way, but Murkoff, came out big when he really needed to in the last couple of games. Zina Varuhas-Pull and James McPherson. Well, it was a tight first set, 6-3, but McPherson ran away with it in the second, winning 6-love. Now we've got a doubles between Lyons and Varuhas-Pull, and they're taking on McPherson and Jake Reardon, 16-year-old, tall young player, coming on court for the St Kentigern's team. And it's going to be the shortened doubles format, so first to 4. If it's 4, they have a tie break, and a third set still a match tie break. So I'm joined in commentary actually by one of the coaches, the coach of the Wellington College team. So he's brave after his team has lost this final. Dave Knight joins me. Dave, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought I'd give commentary a go. Coaching hasn't gone too well today, so I'll try something else. And I've had a week full of grief from some of these boys, so I thought good chance to get my own back a wee bit. So
well, indeed, for all those family, friends, and obviously school people who are watching down at Wellington College, I'm sure you've got a story or two to tell about young Henry and Zeno,
yeah,
who kind of got very similar hairdos, haven't they?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting, that one. Like I've also been looking after the girls team here, and so they had the girls braiding their hair last night. They've been doing a lot of push-ups before they were on TV. Henry had a good 10-15 minutes in the bathroom this morning moisturising, so he's trying to look his best, but unfortunately didn't quite play up to standard today. And both these boys, I think you could say, as you've seen, they wear their heart on their sleeves, and they're pretty passionate, both Year 13s this year. So it's good, but it can also get the better of them at times.
Yeah, it's interesting. They both like Nick Kyrgios.
Yep.
Which is great because, who doesn't? I love Nick Kyrgios. He is box office, and if you can play with any of the kind of skill that he's got, then you're going to have a big future. It's just a case of harnessing that emotion and that passion, and bringing that out on court, isn't it? And just kind of controlling it. Because at times I thought with Henry, he certainly in the first set he kind of lost it a bit, but then in the second set he was right in it, and it was only a few points here and there that prevented it from going to a third.
Yeah, and something that's a big work on for Henry. Like he's actually, as in patches you saw, he's quite a talented athlete. He's very well coached.
I can hear you courtside at the moment.
But yeah, just a bit of work to do in terms of maturity and just learning to sort of level down a wee bit at times. He goes out pretty pumped up. Obviously, a national final. Cameras are on, so... Well,
that's a big thing, isn't it? The fact is a lot of these kids here, have not had that much exposure, if any, in front of, live television, being streamed, being seen by people around the country, around the world who might be tuning in. So it's a big part of the learning curve and really important for them to get that exposure when they're so young, because it helps them to deal with it later on. We're about to start, and it will be James McPherson, who served something like 80% first serves in his match. He certainly did against Zeno. Oh, the first point for Wellington College. And I think they're going to have a bit of fun because, let's face it, when you've lost a tie, that's what you want to do. Express yourself out on court and really enjoy it.
Yeah, 100%. So I've encouraged that now. We came here to win it. We haven't achieved that, but the boys have still had a good week of tennis. Although we didn't see it always today, they've been gutsy throughout the week. Henry's been undefeated till today and showed some character away from the camera, so they can enjoy themselves now. And I think if they do, they'll actually probably play some better doubles, like some of the singles. I think the tightness and nerves didn't really help. I think Henry pretty much blew the first set because of that. Just overplayed, and Alex was far too clever for that.
What do you say to the wee lad? Who was the lad who lost the third set tiebreaker in nearly 4 hours?
That was Tom Bevan. He left it all out there, to be honest. He had a match point, at least one. He came in, which was part of one of the patterns we were working on with him for that match. And I'd said to him 90% of the time that Lev was going cross-court on the pass and Lev went line. And he pulled it off, so full credit to Lev for how he played as well. Gutsy from both boys.
So McPherson then with a game point in the opening game. As I say, the serve was his key in his match against Zeno. And he's held serve to start this one. And so, Dave, you're involved in tennis in Wellington pretty extensively, obviously at Wellington College, but also involved in the regional high performance program down there?
Yeah, so we're working with sort of 11 to 14-year-olds, myself and Tristan State, and they're sort of players that are ranked higher in those age groups. And then I work out of Island Bay and Thorndon tennis clubs. So, yeah, really enjoy what I'm doing down there. Have enjoyed working with these boys, and obviously there's challenging days, and the weather probably wasn't quite what we wanted today. Obviously we love the wind, so...
It's just starting to flutter now, yeah. But I'm not sure if it's coming a bit late.
No, you watch, things are going to change.
Oh, it's a lovely volley at the net.
Yeah, Zeno's...
by Zeno, and of course it's Henry who's serving.
Zeno's a very accomplished doubles player. I think he's got an ITF title and a national title in doubles. So it'll be interesting to see what he can bring to the court.
We've got a couple of issues with the scoring. We'll try and rectify that for you. And
yes.
there's the first body shot. Might be the first of a few, at least.
Shot, boys. I think the teacher, Mr. Forbes, is enjoying that one. He's copped a bit of grief from Zeno this week, so he's got a big smile.
Now it's a return, one of those dipping return stuff for the volley up to react. It is 1-love, and it is 30-15. I think it was 15-30. Make that 30 all now. We will get that scoring rectified very soon.
Henry's got to be looking to find a few more first serves here, just take the pressure off on his service games. You saw it sort of towards the tail end of that singles as well. Just sort of not really using his legs as much as he can. That ball toss getting well away from him there.
And too big, so the break point early on, so some pressure on Henry Lyons' serve. He's been playing since he was a little chap, 4 or 5, so you've obviously seen him for a number of years now at Wellington College.
Yeah, I've actually coached him privately since he was probably 10, 11.
Oh, a miss hit, but it's effective.
We've worked on that one, very hard to read.
Now it's receiver's choice. We could just about ask Jake as he comes past the commentary box who's going to receive.
Who's going to receive?
The two.
Who's receiving, Jimmy?
Okay, so Jake's going to have a crack at the receiver's choice for the doubles, the shortened format, of course. I think one thing the players still struggle with, and we've seen this a little bit here, is lets in this format. You know, when they're playing singles and they let, and the instinct is to not go for it, but you've got to play on.
Yep.
It takes a bit of adapting.
Something, yeah, they're still getting used to it because it still changes across formats too.
It's called good. It is on the line, so they have held to level at 1 game all.
Thanks, Melissa.
1 game all. Let's see if we can... here we are, Gareth Archer coming back to correct the score. It's 1 all in the opening set. Jake Reardon, who I actually recognise because I play... do some drills with Dave Mustard up at the Herne Bay Rackets Club on a Monday night, and Jake's been there on occasion. So just 16 years of age, tall player.
Go right against him.
Oh, and in drills it's sort of like there's about 8 of you playing, not really playing. Oh, the odd point, yeah, I win the odd point.
Any weaknesses that we could be aware of?
Well, he's a lefty, and I always struggle playing against lefties. on the line. Oh, called wide.
Oh.
That's a, gee, we're not line, but that looked to me to have clipped the line, but
Yeah,
called long.
these Kents boys, they're pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, so quickly to 40 love. But generally, what I've seen from from commentating the last couple of days, the players are pretty honest, to be honest.
Yeah. They've self-officiated
For all their careers to date.
And even the bottom matches today.
So I know you came to win the title, but nevertheless you've had four matches prior to this and some tight ones, some close ones.
Yep.
I think a really tight one against Westlake boys, but to get through, it's been a good week overall.
Yeah, Westlake put up a good challenge. We sort of felt we were in a pretty good position after the singles, so probably didn't put the emphasis on the doubles as much as we could have. Sort of just played some different combos there. But yeah, their number one, Matthew, played extremely well.
Great return from Zeno Varuhas Paul. He's got a Greek dad, Kiwi mum, so that's the Greek influence. And
He's got all the names.
Loves Tanasi Kokonakis, the young Aussie who's been injury plagued, but a really talented player.
Yeah. Doesn't really surprise you who their idols are, does it?
Kokonakis and Kyrgios.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Young James McPherson, as they hold serve to go to 2-1. Doesn't really model his game on Murray, but he loves Andy Murray for his fight and determination. He's just one of the anyone.
Yeah.
If you could be like have any of the attributes of Andy Murray, you'd be in good stead. You'd think,
Might have a wee bit of Scottish in him, looking at him, maybe.
True.
Yeah, back to Henry. I coached him since he was a young fella, and I remember in his first nationals, I think he played in the Tier 3, and he lost in the main draw, and then he lost in the console, and had about 8 bleeding noses. So he's come a long way since then, and he's matured a lot this year. Actually, he's really taken on some self-drive and responsibility, which has been really cool to see because it's been an up and down few years.
So here's Zeno now with his first service game. Henry had a lot of trouble with his singles, didn't he, on serve, particularly in that first set, but he changed it up a little bit. He was just going for everything, but he took the pace off at times and came in and looked, and he really got right into that second set, and it was good to see him showing the ability to actually change his tactics.
Yeah. Yeah, probably just way too excited and just trying to do way too much in the first set. I was sort of away with the other matches, so I missed the start of it, so that probably didn't help. And I'm the only coach here for this team and with the girls team as well, so I haven't always been able to be there. But yeah, so I sort of managed to have a chat to him towards the end of the set and just cool him down a wee bit, but probably didn't leave himself quite enough wiggle room. 4-0 in the second set, I think it was all on, but just really solid play at the other end. And
well, that's it, when you were playing an opponent like he had in that match,
Alex,
who's just very solid, makes you play a lot of balls, that extra ball, and these courts are quite slow, aren't they? They're slow. They're not overly fast.
Yeah.
They're sort of, it does sit up a little bit, and I figure hitting through the ball is not always easy, and when you're as aggressive as he is, having a bit of patience is also an attribute he probably needs to maybe work into his game.
Yeah, if we're completely honest, we would have been quite happy to have rain. We've got some good indoor players.
Yes.
A couple of boys that train a lot indoors, and they like the faster, aggressive courts.
It's long, and so they move to 40-15, looking to level at 2 games all. Again, I don't know what Gareth did when he did the scoring before, but it's all over the show, but we'll tell you the score. It's a nice forehand, inside in forehand for the winner.
He's done
broken
a
string.
Yeah. Hopefully there's not too many left.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so great to have you in the commentary box with us. Have you done any commentary before, Dave? I'll tell you after this point. Oh, it's gone wide. Receiver's choice.
Gonna be a big point coming up. Yeah, I did a wee bit during the New Zealand Champs / Wellington Open.
Yep.
So got in there with a few others. Grant Elliott popped in for a bit, which is a bit of fun.
Nice, nice. Well, that's the best doubles point of the match so far.
That was good.
Probably a little bit of luck there on with the swing from McPherson, and it just the St Kitts boys were on the attack. But boy, what great defensive doubles, and then to hold. So they've levelled it up at 2 games all.
Yeah, I thought our boys played that pretty well. They were sort of attacking the middle there. Obviously, the other two were both in the air. We were back off the service lines, in quite a defensive doubles position, but attacked the middle well. And then took advantage when sort of they had their, I won't say mistake because he didn't hit it, but James took a swing and missed it, and Jake sort of managed to still play it, which was a good effort.
And have your two boys played a fair bit of doubles together?
Yeah, they have quite a bit. They sort of train together quite a lot, sort of away from school as well. We've been doing weekly training sessions with these guys. We've been doing a lot of double stuff, sort of mixing and matching based on what the situation could be after singles. And yeah, they're a reasonably good partnership, especially when they're high energy.
And any plans, as it's 15 all, any plans for them to look at US colleges to maybe further their education along with tennis, like a lot of top young Kiwis do for the year 13 this year? So,
yeah, they're both sort of starting to look at that process.
And who do you look for in terms of contacts? Like, do you have contacts that you work with at colleges, or do you utilise those contacts?
Yeah, I've got a few contacts. I don't have a huge number, but there's some recruitment agencies, but I think these boys are sort of sorting it themselves at the moment, which can be appealing to college coaches, just sort of showing some initiative. Zeno's coached by Francis Glover down in Wellington, Ottawa, and Henry does squads there too, so he's got probably some contacts that will sort of help them through. Obviously, hopefully the colleges have a look at the doubles, and there were some good bits in the singles as well from both of them.
What about, you mentioned it's a couple of break points here, 3 in fact at 40-15 it is, for 40-15, not break points at all. But what about the kids in that sort of younger age group, the 11 sort of 14-year-olds that you work with? Have you got some talented kids coming through the system? Yeah,
in Central we've got a couple of good players coming through, and we're obviously hoping to bolster that. Just sort of trying to re-establish some systems now so that can occur.
A little bit of luck at the net there from Reardon, but he holds, so it's 3-2, still on serve, of course, first to 4, and then it's a tiebreaker. You guys have a 3 o'clock check-in for your flight to Wellington today, so
yeah, just start for us.
And so, I mean, we obviously ask, in all tennis coaches this, and in New Zealand, where obviously we want to produce singles players. We have great doubles players out on the ATP Tour, but there's been a dearth since Brett Stephen retired of top singles players. I mean, what is the key? There's no magic bullet, but what do we need to do to lift our standards to be able to, hopefully produce someone? You can probably sit with me for an hour and talk about it, but I'll give you a minute.
I think we've just got to build the pyramid from the base up. Programs like the one we started in Wellington, in terms of getting good players sitting together from a young age. We're too small to not cooperate and work together on that sort of thing as much as we can. So starting there, I think there's plenty of good athletes as well, so we've got to look at how we appeal to athletes that aren't playing tennis yet, because obviously New Zealand's full of some good athletes, and that's a challenge for tennis as a whole, probably. I think probably what you were alluding to before, with these guys having some fun in the idols they've got, tennis has got to be very careful not to become too stale and too robotic. And sometimes those Kyrgios figures provide that, and it can be fun, it can be enjoyable. Great return.
It's just the timing. He didn't have to have a big backswing there, just...
No, that was very good. Straight back at Henry's feet, and Henry barely recovered from his serve, and the ball was on his toes.
So 15 all. It's just a terrific recovery from Henry Lyons to win the point. They were on the defensive. Some good net play from both teams.
He's got some wheels. We've had a few speed challenges, and actually, he won't like me saying this, but it just took him out last time, but he can be pretty quick. Good play. Some good doubles going on now.
Yeah, it's a very competitive match, this. It's pleasing to see, you know, there's no dropping heads. Everyone's just really trying to enjoy themselves, but also play well.
It's that old sort of their potential, less the mental interference that happens, and I think sometimes in those singles with the nerves and the pressure, there was a fair bit of that mental interference, but that's sort of been taken away a bit now, and we're seeing some really good stuff, quite loose.
And that's a comfortable put away too. To hold, 3 all. So if it gets to 4 all, they'll have a tie break. Throws 3. It's 3 all now. You got 3. Yeah. You got the scoring right now. Sorry.
Yeah. Tiebreaker at 4 all. I'm pretty sure.
Nice, found the line. Return the backhand.
Yeah, don't mind seeing these boys be aggressive on their returns here. Going to serve so far and just take a wee bit of risk, try and create some pressure, which Zeno did by winning that first point. Henry did pretty well from where he was there, but just too sharp at net.
And tell me, in terms of facilities, have you got enough facilities, enough courts in Wellington? I mean, the elements play more of a factor down there than they do clearly up here.
Yep.
Indoor facilities apart from the Reynolds Centre?
I think more indoor courts would always be nice. Somewhere like Wellington, where obviously there's sort of 15% of rain days, but there's also, especially sort of during spring, term 4, you get some pretty strong winds. So you do end up, I suppose, doing your best in those conditions, but it's not always optimal.
So 4-3. So if Wellington College lads can hold serve here, it would go to a tiebreaker in the first set.
Yeah, some good solid doubles so far. Hopefully Zeno can hold serve. They're both at times this week needed to up their first serve percentage at key moments, so I'm hoping that he's mindful of that at the moment, especially without a coach there, but the Kents boys don't have a coach at the moment either, so all's fair. I'll talk about that later.
Yeah, exactly. What courts do you play on at Island Bay?
We've got 3 hard courts there. Unfortunately, no lights yet. So
is it plexi pave or plexi cushion or something like that?
Yeah, it's paved, so it's good for developing juniors on.
Yeah, one of the big criticisms, I suppose, too many clubs, certainly up here, play on the Astro grass, which is the worst surface for developing players. It's great for people like me, maybe, people who maybe have a few, it's a very, it's easy on the body, I suppose.
Yeah.
As you get older. The main reason is it's to do with the elements, isn't it? Because it's all weather. You can play after a little bit of rain, you can get back on quickly.
Yeah, it can be useful from a coaching perspective, especially at like a club coaching level. Yeah. But I guess sometimes the court surface reflects, I suppose you'd say, the committee demographics, as opposed to the younger performance demographics. So just getting a good balance is pretty integral, and another thing New Zealand needs to think about.
Exactly.
Another good return from James.
40-15, so a point away from 4-all, and that would be a tiebreak in this shortened format scoring. Yeah, the big thing for me has always been the lack of clay in this country of any description, because I hear it a lot about how young players, you develop the players that go to Europe and get a grounding on the clay. You learn to construct a point a lot better on that surface than any other. A lot of pluses.
Yeah, I'm hearing it's on its way in a couple of places, hopefully. So we've just provided another angle to the training of these guys.
For sure. Yeah. So the club that I'm playing at, Herne Bay Rackets Club, the president there is very ambitious, and they are certainly started the process to investigate transforming the club from Astro grass to clay courts. They want to put 4 clay courts in, and it's going to take a while, but certainly there are people interested in supporting them along that process, and there's also talk about leasing courts back for Tennis New Zealand to better use for their junior programs, for juniors and things like that. It would be great to see something established here, for sure.
Yeah, I know of sort of 3 places that are looking pretty deeply at it, and I'll be pretty surprised if at least a couple of them don't have clay courts in the next 3 to 4 years.
So we're into a tie break now.
Great hands from Zeno there. Ball was coming, you might not pick it up on TV, but the ball was coming at some serious pace there and just managed to absorb it and place it nicely. Hoping Henry's going to make a first serve here. Hey.
Okay, you asked for the Wellington wind, and you're starting to get it.
Here comes the wind, boys.
Our little marquee. We're going to have a little bit of help to
solidify things.
Either solidify things or maybe even take it down. Might just have to have a pause and play for a moment. Well, that would be a first. The marquee that is housing us is just blown over, and so it's going to be taken down. There will be a delay in play for a couple of minutes. And we'll be back with the action once we just take the marquee down. So I have to say that the Wellington College coach has really jinxed this commentary, without a doubt. Dave Knight saying that they really wish that the wind had picked up this week. It would have suited his players a lot more. And it's finally come, but a little bit too late for the lads. Okay, I think the boys are ready to resume. So it's 2-1 in the breaker to the Wellington College lads, Lions and Varuhas Pool. Oh, it's a lovely sliding serve from Reardon. Nothing Lions could do about that.
Yeah, lefty. Never liked them much.
It's a 2-all. It's a lovely forehand too. Do you have a lot of players through the Wellington College program? Are there a lot of kids playing tennis at school? I mean, obviously it's competing against rugby, it's competing against cricket, in summer in particular cricket. But
yeah, it's a very sporting school. I think I run a lunchtime session for some of the beginners, and some volunteer teachers run sessions on a couple of days as well. So yeah, there's a good base. This is probably was probably our last big crack here for a while. We had a big crack a couple of years ago where we had Isaac Beecroft, a couple of other D1 college players. We had a lineup with 3 S2s, but unfortunately went down in a close one, and we'd gone down in the final the year before. So we've always been there or thereabouts, but it's going to be very much a rebuilding stage for the next few years.
3-all in the breaker. Nothing between these two teams. It's been a really good quality doubles match so far. Serving from both pairs has been pretty exemplary, to be honest. Zeno. They edge in front. So the key to good doubles, obviously combination and being in sync with your partner. But what do you say is the biggest key?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not great at doubles. I would say definitely energy goes a long way in doubles. In terms of our controllables, anyway.
Everything but execute. That was a terrific get from Zeno first of all, and then Henry, the volley, needed to make it. It's 4-all. That was a terrific point. A lot of scrambling.
Yeah, obviously controlling the net goes pretty far as well. But starting to see the odd different trend at the top level. Players playing on the baseline a wee bit more. And
well, you get some of those top singles players, don't they? They're just so good from the baseline. And Marcus Daniel was telling me about a match he played against a couple of singles players who, Andrei Rublev, world number 8 last week or the week before in Dubai. It's gone wide, so it's 5-all. So you played Rublev and the guy Karatsev, who made the semi-finals of the Aussie Open. The qualifier has just been, these two Russians, and they lost the match against these two guys who just, out-hit them from the back.
Yeah,
very
and I think a lot of the doubles guys, I'm told, get used to sort of particular patterns of the way they play. So when you chuck a singles guy in there, it can disrupt the patterns a little bit and just change things up.
That's the point, and that's the break point. It is now on the racket of Reardon at 6-5. So set point. First set point. Wow, got away with one. To get back to 6-all, they'll change ends.
Showed some wheels, didn't trust his hands quite as much, it looked like, but they did very well to scoop those two balls up and stay on the point there. Give them some credit.
Certainly some quality points. I think these guys are not too keen to make that flight this afternoon.
Yeah, I know the Mr. Forbes over there will be stressing.
A little bit of a rash of blood. Trying to finish it there. The serve did sit up, but couldn't execute.
Lit up at the forehand. Didn't execute. Pulled off it a wee bit.
This, of course, is, you're down another set point here at 6-7, but on serve. A bit of pressure on Zeno here. Get a first serve in.
Good play.
Played it with aplomb, yeah.
Yeah, confident, coming forward. Easy volley. Didn't really look like Jake was sort of too well set for that one, but Zeno did well.
It's a 7-all now in the tie break. This is the New Zealand Secondary School Championship final. The hand's not soft enough. Lovely return from Reardon, and another set point for McPherson this time at 8-7. They've got it this time. The volley at the net from Reardon, and there is the first set, 9-7. So
yeah, pretty clinical there from the Kents boys. I thought our boys actually played reasonably well there, but the Kents boys just managed to up it, and overall really solid set of doubles.
Winds died again. The little gust that we had before, which just about took out the marquee, is gone, and now it's really St Kent's tennis, isn't it? You really wanted to blow, and
yeah. Oh, full credit to St Kent's. I better mention that. You know, they've got a pretty extensive program running there, and they've consistently produced some of the best school teams. So doing a lot of good things.
So into the second set now, and of course, if it is levelled at a set all, they'll play a match tie break, which is the first to 10 points. So where have you been staying in Auckland? Have you stayed locally close to the tennis here?
Yeah, we managed to get a wee Airbnb, sort of 8-9 minutes away. Bit of a challenging driveway actually, but
yeah,
managed to squeeze my way out pretty successfully so far.
So the team all stays together.
Yeah, we're in a bit of a complex. The boys' teams and the girls' team are both there from Wellington. Mm-hmm. And so the boys took out Articulate last night, which I think shocked everyone with some of these boys, but we managed to get the job done. We sort of shared dinners and stuff, and it's just been quite nice as well, just to chill out afterwards.
And good to see there. There are 8 teams competing. What have we got there?
We've got a couple of girls not happy with that comment. They're obviously following along.
Oh, right, okay.
Maria and Alice are the little short ones over there.
Good to see some supporters on the sideline, that's for sure.
Yeah, nice to see them come and support the boys today. They finished up yesterday, so much appreciated from the QM girls. Obviously not quite vocal enough, but still a nice tokenistic measure there.
40-15 here, opening game of the second set. First set going the way of the St Kentigern's College boys, the 16-year-olds, McPherson and Reardon. Ooh. Wow, some indecisiveness in the net from Lions.
Yeah, again from a sort of a neutral position, attacking the middle. You just don't know how established all these pairs are. Always a good place to go and test the communication of anything.
Now a receiver's choice. It just really tightens up again, doesn't it?
Yeah, they just love these big points, these boys. Show ponies.
So pressure on. Henry Lyons, deuce, receiver's choice. He serves well too.
His third first serve today. It's good to see.
It's a hold. Take the opening game. Yeah, so who's travelled up from Wellington College then? One of the teachers, did you say? And
yeah,
yourself?
Mr. Forbes, he's a maths teacher, ex-Palmy boys. He's taken a bit of grief from the boys for things like cooking, and you might see some reaction on screen now from him at that mention, but he's taken it really well, and thanks to him for his efforts this week. He's been running around frantically. We've had the sports director pop in today as well, which was a nice surprise for the boys. So yeah, it's good. There's good team culture going on. Plenty of chat and banter afterwards.
And you mentioned that this was in terms of the national title, probably the last big shot for a while. Have you got the younger players coming through not quite at this level?
To be honest, we've got a bit of a gap for a few years at college. So that's something we're going to work through and we can just build on. And I think most schools will go through that. It's sort of part of their natural cycle. The girls team that we're here, they're a younger team. They had 3 year 10, so we're sort of hoping that they'll be performing pretty well over the next few years. And their number one sort of won yesterday against the St Kent's number one. She's only year 10, so that was a good result. And yeah, so plenty of hope for them, and just back to sort of square 1 or 2 for the Cole boys. And we hope to be back here in a few years in the same position and hopefully a different result.
So
they've finished the bottom doubles. Can we find out if they lost that? They're out the back doing court sprints.
Yeah, exactly. We can always get you to take your mic off for a moment and go over and have a chat to them and come and tell us the info.
Oh, they won. That's all right. I probably should have played Thomas Dye in singles.
So they won. So there we go. The Wellington College got the win in the number 2 doubles. So they're on the board. It's 4-1.
Yeah, here we come. What is it? Best of 13. Wind's picking up. Yeah, that was Thomas Dye and Thomas Bevan winning that one. So Thomas Dye, year 13, he was a national champion a couple of years ago. Genius. He's already got excellence at level 3, got a few scholarships, just coming back for more.
Right. So what are his plans next year, do you know? Scotland, States or?
I would think that would be one of his options, but he is very academic, so I think if a good academic offer came along as well, he'd look seriously at that. And then Tom Bevans, oh God, is he year 11 or year 12? He's not year 13, so he'll be hopefully back. Yeah.
He'll be spearheading your team next year.
He absolutely will be, worryingly so. And I mean that in a depth sense, obviously. Yeah, he was huge today. He put up a huge fight, and he's the one that played that sort of 3.5 hour, whatever it was. Careful.
So it's 1-1, by the way. Gareth Archer disappears, and the scoring goes to yeah, that's you're in that kind of danger zone in that position. Did well to get the first volley back.
Got a few messages coming through from people watching, so that's good. We've got some followers.
Yeah, well, great for skysportnext to be able to broadcast this. Thanks so much to Badminton New Zealand too, Jonathan and his one-man band today for putting this together and their support.
Absolutely.
Tennis New Zealand, good to see the two sort of racket codes really working together on this sort of broadcast.
Yep.
Both on Tuesday, where we saw we didn't see Queen Margaret, we saw
St Margaret's
and Christchurch and St
yeah.
Kent's in a very close battle. In the end, it went down to the wire.
Yeah, saw some dubious predictions going on there.
Yeah, there were. So, chance here to level things up at 1-1. 2-2, I should say. 2-2.
This is the focus, eh? A little bit heavy from Zeno there, tough follow from back there. And would rather rely on his hands and move his feet. It's all right.
So it's 40-30. Yeah, they've got the break, so it's his chance for them to really hit back. And they do. Yeah, they hold. So it's a big game.
It wouldn't surprise me sort of in the sort of middle left of screen. You can see the guy.
It's 3-3 now, so.
See the guy with the mohawk, that's Mr. Forbes, and it wouldn't shock me if the boys are just trying to put him through as much grief as possible in terms of making flights.
Yeah, well, it's 3-3 now, so when we get the score, I'll get the score corrected. And we'll, it's a really good performance, actually. They certainly are playing with a lot of, just, I guess they're relaxed. There's not pressure on them, but they're playing some of their best tennis too and really combining well.
Yeah, getting that bottom doubles, they get this one that I think they can be, proud of the way they've sort of played to the finish. You know, definitely that number 3 singles could have gone our way. The other one's obviously a bit more work to do for that to have changed. But, you know, on a different day, things could have easily been quite different. But that's sport, and again, full credit to Kents for what they've put up.
Yeah, of course, if that singles had gone the other way, you'd be in a situation of needing to win the doubles, and it goes down to countbacks and all sorts of things. So
yeah,
it gets pretty exciting.
A bit more pressure can do funny things both ways, obviously.
Of course. So it's 15 love. Long way back into this set, though, for McPherson and Reardon. Wow, that's a lovely forehand down the line. He set up, teed up. He was going for broke.
He's pretty happy with it. Can't hide that smile sometimes. But
Henry Lyons.
Yeah, these boys, you know, they still know it's just one break. It's a short set, so they're capable. Does allow our boys to go for some sort of strokes like that they might not go for at 2 or 3-2, that sort of thing.
Yeah, well played from Lyons and Varojas Pool that time. Varojas Pool putting the smash away, or the...
Yeah, nice wee change up there off the lob. It's good to see the doubles training paying off anyway.
15-30.
Oh my God.
He went for it again.
Yeah,
the return of serve that time couldn't execute, so it's 30 all.
Yeah, timing not quite on there from Henry. Can be a victim of his own footwork too.
Well, anticipating, but he was in a position to make that volley to intercept, just couldn't execute. So it's 15-40. Game for Reardon and McPherson. So they are on the board, but now it's a chance for the Wellington College boys to serve out and level this and force a match tie break.
Yeah, the boys really need to focus here. This is a Kiwi stage, because if they drop these early points or two, could be back on serve very quickly, and they could be a little bit down. Just a little bit hesitant there from Henry on that high sort of backhand.
Wasn't prepared to go for it.
Yeah.
Paid it back into play, so
Zeno's giving him a bit of grief.
So yeah, love 15, interesting. It is only the one break of serve, of course.
See his highest percentage first serve option here. There we go, good point.
So we saw at times the boys like to come in. I mean, do you try and encourage players with that all-court game to back themselves, to come in and get to the net a lot in singles? Because, you know, internationally, we don't see a lot of players. It's dominated by baseliners, men's tennis, for the most part.
Yeah, in singles, absolutely. You've got to be mindful on sort of courts like these, which are playing a little bit slow, that there is a little more time on the pass. And our boys had, you know, they found that out pretty early, but it does make it more difficult. You do have to adjust, I suppose, when you're going to come forward and how you come forward.
That was a great return from McPherson, and he's brought up a couple of break points, 3 in fact now, so 15-40, and I think you, just like you said, that very first point, loose point, and suddenly at 15 it puts the pressure on.
So these boys are never safe, but they're never out of it either.
Well, they've been broken, and it is back on serve. So 3-2 in the second set. The first set going the way of McPherson and Reardon for St Kitts in a tiebreaker. So, and yes, Mr. Maths teacher might just been doing his sums about timings to the airport.
Yeah, he's going to start pacing soon.
I will say, check-in opens at 3 o'clock. I'm sure it's not closing.
Yeah, we don't trust the traffic here. It's pretty terrible.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Yeah,
Got a couple of rental cars to return.
That's a very, very good point.
But yeah, I think we should be all right.
Yeah. I reckon you've got to 2:30.
Yeah,
minimum.
Probably be good if the set didn't go to a breaker. But
Oh, come on, you want to see your boys come back.
We'll take it 4-2, and then we'll take the super. We'll avoid the normal tiebreak, I think.
I see. So, well, it'll be McPherson then. James McPherson to serve. He served incredibly well in his singles match.
Yeah, he's really developed well as a player. I remember watching him a couple of years ago at sort of some of the ITFs, and his level's certainly gone up.
It was a lovely return initially from Zeno Varujas Paul, but enabled Henry to make the second forehand. A nice dipping one.
Still got a bit of hands work to do, Henry.
Now he had the hands on that forehand.
To the pace
down
off
the
it.
centre, placed it.
Got it nice and low, which is always ideal on doubles. So yeah, that was smart from Henry. I don't always say that.
His mum's watching.
Oh, he's very, very always smart. I'm sure she'd be the first one to agree, unfortunately. Dad, certainly.
Dave Knight, coach of the Wellington College team, also very instrumental in the Tennis Central coaching program down in Wellington. Thanks for joining us for the commentary of this last match of the New Zealand Secondary School Championships. It's a bit of fun, and the players are certainly bringing out some really good doubles, and they're enjoying it out there too, which is really important.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see. They've deserved it. You know, they've earned it, I suppose.
30-15, looking to level it up.
Chance to create some pressure here, 30-all.
Yeah, the old swing point, isn't it? It's that.
Yep. Get this
key
one, you got a couple
moment.
of chances.
Yes.
I'd love a look at a second serve, I'm sure. James too good for that today, though.
Yeah, that serving he's needed to. He's certainly got his first serve in.
Yep.
He doesn't go for the real power. He's just got an accurate serve, hasn't he? He places it well. He's not a huge serve.
He's got enough on it, and it's smart what he's doing.
And there it is, 3-all. So 3-all from 3-love to 3-all.
Just a bit of a shift in energy now, too. These boys want to lift.
Looking to stop the run of games against the Wellington College boys is Henry.
Yep, Henry and Zeno. Zeno on serve now.
Sorry,
15
Zeno
love.
on serve, I should say. Zeno, yeah, Henry at the net.
They're doing their best to make it tough for you.
You're coming forward and you're not getting control over that volley.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the intentions there, just some execution issues at the moment.
So it's 15-all. Yes, Mr. Poole constantly, is it Mr. Poole?
Yeah.
Constantly looking at his
It's
watch.
we call him a
checking the
few
time.
different things. Serve from Zeno.
Yeah, it's gone. That was a lovely serve out right to the backhand, and plenty of power and pace on that ball. So
Mr.
30
Forbes.
all though, that swing point again.
Mr. Forbes will be on the nails soon.
This is the first serve. It's long. So 30-40, couple of break points for 4-3 for Reardon and McPherson.
I see Henry be a little braver at net there. I think he's just a bit lower on confidence after a couple of misses. Huge point.
So, receiver's choice. This is a huge point at 3 all.
Oh, bit lucky.
Yeah, was it going long? The backhand, it's a volley that has not made the net from Reardon. So, the hold. And it's 4 games to 3 now. Lions and Peruhas pool lead. So 4-3. And now the Mr. Forbes is coming over to have a chat to the players. I think
there goes the watch.
there goes the watch, and asked if they want some more water. So good to see his enthusiasm. I'm sure.
Absolutely.
I'm sure
he's been great with ensuring the boys are stocked up. Yeah, it's a bit of a full-time job with the slot. Cooking, logistics, that sort of thing. Yeah. But it certainly makes things easier as a coach when you can just do the coaching and you don't have to worry about all the extras. So, very much appreciated.
So, now it is Reardon to serve to stay in this set. 3-4. Good net play from McPherson.
Yeah. We'd like to see them take him out of play a wee bit here. He's been pretty hot. Oh, just as I said that, eh?
15 all. Lovely return. You've got to get to the airport. I'm meant to get to school pickup. Chevalier, which is a decent hike from here as well, so we'll have to wait and see.
3 kilometres, how far away is that?
Oh, it's probably about, in no traffic, about 15 to 20, probably half an hour maybe, so.
So it'll take you an hour?
Yeah, no, it won't be that bad this time, day. But yes, Auckland is certainly, you know, the traffic is a big thing. Big factor, you have to factor into everything.
Yeah.
So it's 30-15. All. Again, we're at that sort of swing point. You know, you win this point now if you're the receiving team and you've got a golden chance to force a match tie break.
It would certainly make things easier if our boys got this and we got on with the super.
Pressure on the serve here, the second serve for Reardon.
Great volley there from James. Cut the side of the ball, took it away from Zeno.
The return initially had stepped well forward, didn't he, to get up to the net, to take it early, to come in. Almost that sort of Roger Federer sabre.
Yeah.
A wild swing, and it is level, so we've got a tie break.
Might as well have played full sets here.
Yeah. Tie break to potentially decide the match or take it into a match tie break. The status of the tie, it's 4-1. It is a dead rubber. Wellington College really playing for a lot of pride here in this match.
Yeah, both these boys could be certainly their last game in a cold shed at Nationals, and could be their last tennis match potentially for the school, so I'm sure it would mean a lot to them to walk away with it.
Okay, first point, double fault there from Henry.
Yeah, second serve normally pretty solid, but again that first serve percentage just let him down and putting a wee bit of pressure on his second today. James repaying the favour.
So it's 1-1 in the breaker.
Stayed largely on serve in the breaker last time, so I'm sure our boys will be focused on seeing if they can break that up, apart from the two double faults.
Right on the line. It is a fantastic return in the end. So here's the little mini break in the breaker. And it will be Zeno to serve. And the volley's gone long too, so
first point on serve.
Moves to 3-1. Make that 4-1. Oh. So 4-1. Some good serving there from Zeno Varujas Pool. Swing and a miss, make that 5-1. Wow.
Been a few of these today,
So
actually.
they've now
That wind's picking up.
And they change ends a couple of points away from a match tie break to decide this match.
Our boys looking very happy, much like they looked at 3-love up in this set though, so they need to probably ground themselves a wee bit here.
It's just gone long, the miss it, so it's 2-5. He didn't need to play that. He did not need to play that at all. And it's now 3-5. So it's just tightened up again. Still the mini break on Henry Lyons' serve. Oh, soft hands at the net.
Good from Zeno and James there in that wee exchange.
So set point, 3 set points. Second serve now for McPherson. Nice volleying at the net from Reardon to save the first. McPherson now at 4-6. Oh, the volley is out of play. And there it is. It's 1 set all. We've got a match tiebreak to determine the outcome of this match. First to 10 points. Got to win by 2. And a terrific comeback from Dave, your Wellington College lads.
Yeah, bit of a few momentum shifts in that set, but they managed to get the job done. We're on 2:30. I hope Blake Taylor, if he's listening, has got the quickest presentation he's ever done in his life ready, because
he might be coming down onto the court. Mr. Forbes, I think, he can't watch anymore. He's disappeared.
He'll be losing that mohawk. But yeah, we've got...
What time is departure, by the way? It's 3:45, is it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. It's just but
you want to be there in the cutoff, inside the cutoff. I don't know. Can you? Can someone go ahead and get the boarding passes and all that?
I think we'll drop the boys before we take the cars back at least.
Yes.
Get them on there.
So 1-0. The serving and volleying not working for Zeno Varuhas Pool on that occasion.
I think he'd back himself to make that sort of 8 times out of 10. Just not quite on that occasion. You're right.
Nice serving from Reardon. They move up to 2-0.
So, Henry just not finding space on his backhand there. Foot speed slowing down a wee bit.
Now let's move out to 3-0 now. We're just having a wee problem with our scoring on the match tiebreak. Let me see if I can get that working.
I hope these boys are still feeling pretty sharp. They've spent a lot of time in the gym this term. Both suddenly very engaged with their gym programs and both into their career team and whatnot. They've got a wee challenge between themselves to see who can be the first one to bench press 50 kilos. Good point.
First point of the breaker for it's 3-1.
Earning that nice high volley on top of the net there, Wellington College.
For Reardon and McPherson. It's 1-3. Big point here for Henry Lyons. Oh, and he served a double for the moment. 4-1. First to 10 points.
Couple of big points here. Chance to go 6-1 if they hold serve. Clinical for St Kitts.
It's 5-1 now. Day change ends. First to 10 points. I noticed that the other Wellington College lads have changed into their school uniforms for the trip home. I don't think these lads will get a chance before they get to the airport at least.
I'm sure they'll be highly disappointed by that. Great ball.
Terrific shot from McPherson to move to 6-1.
Yeah, well behind the baseline when he managed to dip that down. That takes some talent, some feel in his forehand there.
So that's 2-6 now. Still in it, you know, that's the beauty of that 10-point tiebreak. You know, 6-2 and a first to 7, it's pretty tough to come back from, but there's still room for a momentum shift.
Yeah, it almost feels like a third set, playing a 10.
That there is a tough blow on serve. Great return initially from Reardon to set up that point, and they move to 7-2.
Our boys just got to attack one point at a time. Try and create pressure where they can. Try to keep James out of play here. Easier said than done.
Now they are a couple of points from victory, McPherson and Reardon. Double fault. 8-3 and still life in it for Lions and Varuha's Pool. They need to win both points on serve here, and that would make it just that much tighter.
Yep.
That's just too good at the net.
Yep, very good from them.
McPherson and Reardon. They move to 9-3. They change ends and they have 6 match points.
Just been a lot tighter in this Super so far. Not giving much away. Playing some good doubles.
First one is saved. Nice serving. And now it's on the racket of McPherson. He's probably been the most impressive server today.
Yep.
And there it is. And a match tie-break, 10 points to 4. The St Kitts boys get the job done. They win the tie. They win the final. 5-1 over Wellington College. Dave, I know you've got to run and catch a flight. Dave Knight, thanks so much for joining us in commentary for the last match. Congratulations on a great week getting to the final with your team, and all the best going forward down in Tennis Centre in Wellington.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Matt, and congratulations to St Kitts once again. Well deserved. They've had a great week, and they've got a lot of good things going on there, so we look forward to meeting them again.
Great stuff. Dave Knight joining us in the commentary box for this doubles match, which has been won by St Kitts. Match tie-break. It was a set all, and they've come through it in the end and won it 10 points to 4. Have McPherson and Reardon in the match tie-break. So 2 singles matches. Certainly young James McPherson played a terrific match on court in his match to really set up the win today. And we're just going to have a quick chat now to both Jake Reardon and James McPherson after that fun doubles match. Come on, boys, come over here. You're the New Zealand Secondary School champions for 2021. Let's talk to you first of all, Jake. I mean, how does that feel?
It feels pretty good. Yeah, not bad at all.
Yeah, nice.
Pretty happy with the performance. Yeah.
Nice doubles match there, really tight match, and you came good in that match tiebreak.
Yeah, luckily enough. Yeah, wasn't going too well in the second set, but
all of us had our ups and downs. It's lucky we found our way in the Super, because it wasn't looking too good.
Well said, James. Yeah.
What a great week though for the team. I mean, you obviously really enjoyed it out here. There are 8 teams competing, and you came through all your matches really well.
Yeah, thank you. We only lost one match. Well, I did. Everyone else won, so it's a great result. Don't think we could have done much better.
And just finally, a message you might want to say to people watching, friends, family, maybe the school? Jake?
Put me on the spot. You go first, James, and then
Oh yeah, thank you to all the teachers, our coaches, everyone who's allowed us to come here and play. It's been a great time.
Yeah, to you, I think, especially for being so supportive. But yeah,
that's it. Yeah.
Well, congratulations, guys. Go and celebrate with your teammates. That brings us to a conclusion from the New Zealand Secondary School Tennis Championships, and congratulations too to St Kentigern College for winning both the girls' final, or the girls' championship title, and the boys' championship title. It's been a pleasure to bring it to you over the last couple of days. On behalf of the team here at Sky Sport Next, this is Matt Brown signing off for now.